Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello. Hello, hello. Check, check.
உங்களுக்கு வீடியோ ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகுது டேட் காமிக்க மாட்டேங்குது லைனை காமிக்க மாட்டேங்குது எப்படிப்பா இங்கே காமிக்கிறது 9 லிட்டருக்கு ரியல் லைனில் ரெண்டு இது இருக்குது புரியாது ஆனால் இங்கே வருது இங்கே வந்து நீங்கள் கொடுத்தா கேட்கல தான் கொடுத்துருக்கோம் வரணும் அதில் பண்ண பார்த்துக்கோங்க அந்த அதெல்லாம் கழட்டி மாற்றி பார்த்து
Hello, hello. Check, check.
அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. அன்பனே இறைவனே என்னிலே வாருமே. அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும். பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும். வேதனை நிறைந்த மனதில் மன்னிப்பு வழங்கவும். கலக்கம் அடையும் வாழ்வில் நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டவும். அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. தளர்ச்சி ஓங்கும் பொழுது மனதிடம் தழைக்கவும்.
Hello, hello. Check, check.
தளர்ச்சி ஓங்கும் பொழுது மனதிடம் தழைக்கவும். இருளே சூடும் வேளை ஒளியை ஏற்றவும். துயரம் வாட்டும் நேரம் உதயம் காணவும். அமைதியின் தூதனா
சிஸ்டம் அப்படியே பாசுங்க.
For your kind attention, all the participants are requested to wear your ID cards. All the participants are requested to wear your ID cards. All the participants are requested to wear your ID cards. No. I repeat again. All the participants are requested to wear your ID cards.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, check. Check, check. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. ஹலோ ஹலோ செக் செக்.
கேட்கலையாண்ணே?
அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. அன்பனே இறைவனே என்னிலே வாருமே. அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும். பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும். வேதனை நிறைந்த மனதில் மன்னிப்பு வழங்கவும். கலக்கம் அடையும் வாழ்வில் நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டவும். அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. தளர்ச்சி ஓங்கும் பொழுது மனதிடம் தழைக்கவும். தளர்ச்சி ஓங்கும் பொழுது மனதிடம் தழைக்கவும். இருளே சூடும் வேளை ஒளியை ஏற்றவும். துயரம் வாட்டும் நேரம் உதயம் காணவும். அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. அன்பை அளித்து புரிதலை வளர்க்கவும். ஆறுதல் அன்பை அளித்து புரிதலை வளர்க்கவும். கொடுப்பதில் நிறைவை கண்டு மன்னித்து வாழவும். தன்னலம் ஒழித்து புதிய உலகம் படைக்கவும். அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே. பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும் பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும்
செக் செக்
வேதனை நிறைந்த மனதில் மன்னிப்பு வழங்கவும் கலக்கம் அடையும் வாழ்வில் நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டவும் அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே
Please pay attention. All the participants are kindly requested to maintain silence. All the participants are kindly requested to maintain silence.
அவர் கொண்டு வர்றாரு இந்த பையன் நேற்று கேட்டானே எனக்கு கால்டிக்ஷனுக்கு டீட்டெயிலாக கேட்டான் ஃபஸ்ட் இயர் பையன் கிறிஸ்டோஃபர் இல்லை வினோத் குமார் ஆமாம் ஜெரம் சார் வருவார் தெரியல அவர் தான் கன்வீனியர் ஓகே இவர் தான் டாக்டர் ஜெரம்
Shawl வந்து Mysore. Memento will be given by Dr. Arvind. Shawl is there. Shawl இல்லை எடுத்து வச்சுருக்காங்க. தம்பி வாங்கல தம்பி வாங்க ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஸ்லைட் இருக்குல்ல
Knowledge grows when ideas are shared, and wisdom grows when we listen. Good morning, respected dignitaries, honored guests, distinguished faculty members, researchers, scholars, and dear participants. We are delighted to welcome you to the second day of our international conference. We shall now begin session 5. The theme of this session is India's engagement with major powers, US, China, and Russia. This session aims to provide valuable insights into India's strategic relations with the world's major powers and their significance in shaping global politics, diplomacy, and national security. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Lakshman Kumar Behera, Associate Professor at the Special Center for National Security Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. May I now request Dr. Jerome to honor Dr. Lakshman with a shawl and Dr. S. Aruldas to present him with the memento. Dr. Lakshman Kumar Behera has worked at MPIDSA, a think tank under the Ministry of Defense, and has 2 decades of experience in defense and security. He specializes in India's external security challenges, arms procurement, defense industry, military spending, and geoeconomics, and has prepared reports for several MOD committees and task forces. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. May I now request you to kindly address the gathering.
Yeah. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for that kind introduction. And so I am really privileged to be here. I believe you are all called Josephite. So good morning all Josephite. So I'm truly privileged to come here and to address you. And I must at the outset thank the organizers for this 2-day national conference, particularly your principal, Dr. K. Arukyam, and then organizing secretary Dr. Arul Das, and one but not the least, convener Dr. Bastin Jerome, for organizing such a timely event, and then for having me here. I think the title, the theme of the 2-day conference is quite apt. It's very timely. For the fact, and the title, as you know, India's key foreign policy priorities, neighbors, wider regions, and global changes. I think somebody has actually thought through before keeping this theme, because if you look around our neighbors, we have a lot of foreign policy priorities, challenges, and beyond the neighbor, what we say in international relations, extended neighbor, we have a lot of challenges. There is an ongoing war happening. Of course, there is a truce, so there is a ceasefire right now, but nobody knows whether that ceasefire will hold or not, and whether war will again erupt. But I mean, both on India's east or even west, there are many challenges. So that we have to face, and our foreign policy practitioners, they have lot of issues to actually handle. And as we speak, the geopolitical order that we know, I don't know how many of you are from the political sense or IR background, but I think if you are following the normal news every day, so you would be seeing reports of something happening in the US, something happening in the Russia, something happening in China, and those events are actually impinging or affecting our national security or foreign policy choices. So I think, I mean, this is a broad theme under which this 2-day national conference is being organized, but I am specifically asked to talk about India's engagement with major powers, particularly with reference to 3 countries, US, Russia, and China. Now, Of course, I mean, you can ask why we are focusing on 3 countries, why not other countries? Of course, I mean, if you look at our Ministry of External Affairs, I mean, deals with almost all the countries in the world. If you look at UN, there are 192 countries. There are 2, besides 192, there are 2 more observers, Palestine and the state of, and the city of Vatican. So we have an engagement with each and every member country or partner or the members of UN. But when it comes to our foreign policy choices, of course, we have to prioritize. Like, I mean, foreign policy choices or our own personal choices. We have so many requirements, but we have to prioritize, right? Like every day, probably when you wake up, you find that, okay, you have 5 or 6 things to do in the day. But you prioritize, okay, this is the first thing I do, this is the second thing I do, and if the time permits, then probably you will go for the third and fourth priorities. Similarly, when a country like India, such a vast country, it has many things to actually deal with, many foreign policy issues to deal with, but then we have to prioritize. And I think when it comes to prioritization, our dealings with the major countries comes first. Now, why we are focusing, I think somebody who has actually thought through why we thought through and kept a subject on India's engagement with major powers, I think I must give credit because, I mean, we are a big country, we are a rising country, and we have ambition to become a great power, right? Now, before we become a great power, so there are certain existing powers which are in the world stage. Now, as you know, in the history, if you flip through the pages of history, then you know there is a concept called Thucydides trap. When a rising country, when a rising power actually challenges the existing power, the existing power doesn't like it. So eventually there is a war. I mean, in the history, you have the war of Athens and Sparta. So I'm not saying that if India is rising, then it inevitably it will end up with fighting a war with other powers. But I'm not saying that. But I can't also rule out. I mean, we have challenges at least in our immediate neighborhood, and we have a major power in the form of China, and China leaves no stone unturned in checking us or constraining us even within our neighborhood. So I will talk about China, our dealings, our relationship with China later on. But that is why you have to, the rising power has to, when it rises or when it keeps on growing, it has to actually grow at a very cautious manner. And that is why Chinese were smart. Of course, I mean, I'm talking about China before 2012, before Xi Jinping came to power. Before Xi Jinping came to power, Chinese knew that they have a very autocratic system, and if they have to rise, then they will end up fighting with US. That's why they had a great strategy which they followed for a long time: hide your time, bide your time, hide your strength. But Xi Jinping actually disturbed that equation, now showing what many people say wolf warrior diplomacy, lot of belligerence in its immediate neighborhood. But as a country, for us, as a country, we in India have consciously followed a very decent strategy, I would say. From the very beginning of our independence, the core principle of our foreign policy has been strategic autonomy, and initially it was called non-alignment. So we are non-aligned. Initially, the strategy that we followed was non-aligned. Now, over the years, it has been renamed, rebranded. Now it is called strategic autonomy. So that is the core principle of our strategy, core principle of our foreign policy. Now when we talk about India's foreign policy or India's dealings or relationship with major powers, so what is our ultimate aim? I mean, if you are a foreign policy practitioner, if you are a political scientist, so if you have to advise the government, what do you say? That what should be our core mantra, principle of our foreign policy? Now, foreign policy or security policy. Now, our core policy or foreign policy aims at creating an external environment which is conducive for our economic development. Because you know, we are a vast country. We are the largest, we are the biggest in terms of population. Now, vast segment of our population is poor. Now, it is it is not a credit for us that when government says that it feeds 80 crore people during the pandemic time. That means we have a vast segment of the people who are dependent on subsidies from the government. They are not self-sufficient. So for that country, so our external relations should be driven by the mantra that our external environment should be such that it doesn't actually interrupt with our economic development. So that is the core principle or the core idea or the grand strategy, I would say, of our foreign policy. Now, if our grand strategy is to create a conducive environment, that means we have to be friendly with as many countries so that they don't interrupt with our economic growth. But that is the mantra. But not necessarily you find that external environment or your relationship with other powers or other countries is so friendly. Now, as you know that somebody said you can't dictate your neighbors. I mean, you can't have choice in terms of the neighbors. I mean, neighbors are given. The fact that we have neighbors in the form of Pakistan or in the form of China or increasingly or like a country like Bangladesh or even Nepal, not necessarily all these countries are friendly. I mean, we have hostile countries, Pakistan and of late China. Now, how to deal with them? So not necessarily, even if we want to be friendly with our neighbors don't have that kind of attitude towards us. So we have to deal with that. Now, if you are if somebody comes from a village or even wherever you stay, so you wish that, okay, you should have a good relationship with neighbors. But sometimes you find that your neighbors are not actually making friends with you. I mean, when you extend a hand of friendship, you not necessarily get a reciprocal movement from them. Now you have to deal with that. It's not that you leave the flat, you leave your ancestral family house and move to some other place. You have that choice, but as a country you can't move. I mean, you can't say that, okay, we have problems with China and Pakistan, let's move to some other place. That's not choice there. So, so this, given this environment, so how we can, how our relationship with all these major countries are actually affecting our choices. Let's look one by one. Now I will start with US. Now US, you know, 2 days before they celebrated 250th year of their independence, right? So US is the oldest democracy in the world. So we take pride in terms of the biggest in terms of population. Am I audible? I think there's some. Okay. Yes. So. When we are talking about India's relationship with major powers, US, Russia and China, and these are very interesting. I mean, these are the countries, these three countries, major powers, and their interests are not necessarily same. In fact, their interests sometimes diverge, dissect, and we have to find a common ground to navigate through that divergences. Now look at each. Now let's examine all these major powers one by one. Now I was talking about the US, the oldest democracy in the world, and celebrated its 250th Independence Day. Now we had a very topsy-turvy kind of relationship with the US. Now if you go back to the history, when we got independence, of course, that time US was quite friendly, but because of the Cold War politics of that time, and the US could not really understand our foreign policy strategy. I mean, for them, non-alignment was something they could not actually fathom, that a country can preach or practice non-alignment, neither supporting USSR or Soviet Union or not supporting the US. So they were really confused. Okay, and non-alignment, all said and done, was a great strategy which was propagated by Pandit Nehru. Non-alignment is not basically, it was basically to navigate a way through the Cold War politics. It's not actually opposing any blocks, but having or carving out an independent path for your benefits. So you know, during the non-alignment period, we took lot of economic benefits from from the US. I mean, I remember when I was student and I was going to school, we used to get some food as a midday meal kind of program in the school time, during the lunch time. And later on we found that those wheat used to come from the US. So we took lot of economic subsidy from the US. At the same time, we actually took lot of security assistance from the Soviet Union. So I think that was a great strategy, non-alignment. But of course, it had its own side effects, negative effects. It didn't actually, because of non-alignment, we were kind of cut off from the world economy. We practiced an economic economic path which didn't give us enough dividend. So we, like what economists said, we used to have a Hindu rate of growth. Of course, Prime Minister Modi doesn't agree with the Hindu rate of growth. He says that, okay, it's a demeaning for the Hindus. But to keep the politics aside, so because of the non-alignment, because we kept our economic short from the global economy, so we followed some kind of insular attitude towards the global economy. And economically we didn't grow. And finally what happened in 1991 under the leadership of Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh, we finally liberalized our economy. And the rest is history. Now if you look at the economic growth from 1991 till now, so we have consistently growing more than 5, 6, even 7% per year. Of course that rate of growth is little less compared to China. China is one country, I think for consistently they were their GDP was increasing at double-digit space, 10% and more. So they took the maximum advantage of globalization. We didn't take, but we did decent. Our economic performance was quite decent. We increased our economic performance. Now whatever development you see today in India is largely because of the economic liberalization that we did in 1991. Now, because of the economic liberalization and because of various other factors, the US started seeing India differently. And of course, the India-US relationship got a major boost in 2005 when Manmohan Singh visited US, when George Bush was the US president. We signed that historic nuclear deal, 2005. And that 2005 nuclear deal was a turning point in India-US relations. And after that, we found lot of convergence in our relationship. But I think economic convergence was there because Indian economy was growing, and US needed a market like India where to invest. Their companies can come and invest and make profit. So economic convergence was there. But I think the biggest convergence between India and US was the common perception towards China. So by that time, when George Bush was the US president, they realized that China is emerging as a strategic challenge. And that actually gave a lot of boost to cement India-US relationship. Now, if you look at from 2005 onwards, the defense and security domain has actually got a tremendous boost after 2005. Now, of course, earlier, before 2005, during the Cold War time, we used to buy a lot of Soviet Union defense equipment. Now, if you visit any Air Force or Navy or Army inventory, you will find either a Soviet Union or Russian origin equipment. T-90, Sukhoi 30, then all your submarines, the old submarines. So all were Russian origin. But after India-US signed that nuclear deal in 2005, we gradually found that a lot of American weapons are being inducted. Now, since 2005 till now, so we have signed more than $20 billion worth of defense equipment with US. Now, earlier we were quite hesitant to have a strong defense and security relationship with the US. Right, because we never thought that US could be trusted. Because if you look at the Cold War history, after major events, security events in India, 1965 war, or maybe after 1998 nuclear test, US was the first one to impose sanctions on us. Right, so that's why the trust level was little less. But I think after 2005, the trust levels started improving, and then we signed a lot of deals. So if you look at your P-8 aircraft or even artillery guns, lot of equipments, helicopters. So we started buying from the US. So $20 billion worth of defense equipment we have bought. Now everything was hunky-dory, everything was fine until Trump became president for the second time in 2025. Now Trump has become an unpredictable sort of president, and we don't understand what is his foreign policy priorities. Now India-US relations, everybody thought that enjoys a bipartisan support in the US. It still enjoys bipartisan support in the US in the sense that if you go to US, both the Democrats and the Republicans support a strong relationship with the US. And in fact, that is the reason why we have signed a lot of defense agreements. And so if you look at 2016 onwards, I mean, for a long time, US was persisting with us to sign a lot of defense agreements. You might have heard the agreement called LEMOA or SISMOA or BECA. I mean, I'm not going into the details, but these agreements allows the Indian armed forces and the US armed forces to operate seamlessly. It's not that like you have Apple phone and Samsung phone. I mean, they don't, you can't actually transfer data, I believe. There is called interchangeable issues. But if you sign those agreements with the US, that the agreement that we talked about, then Indian forces and the US forces can operate. So because they can share intelligence on a common platform, then their warships can service in each other's ports. You can get a lot of geospatial intelligence from the US. Now US is one country which has the tremendous surveillance capability. I mean, if you take a needle and point out anywhere in the map and you want some intelligence reports, US would be the one who will give you the intelligence. So that kind of geospatial intelligence that they have. So over the years, since as our confidence with the US started growing, we signed all these agreements. But what is happening now, Trump too. So when Trump became president again for the second time, the relationship has come under attack. So Trump doesn't believe in any strategic relationship. And that is the reason why you see the NATO is in disarray. So NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was set up in 1949, and everybody thought that US is driving NATO, and European countries took security assistance under that, and they were secure under the NATO umbrella. But Trump says that if you don't spend on defense, then I am not going to help you. Trump is forcing the NATO alliance, the NATO countries, the European partners of the NATO, to spend more on defense. And nobody is sure that if Russia attacks any European country, whether NATO will come to defense, the famous Article 5. So the famous Article 5 of NATO says that attack on one country is the attack on everyone. Right? So that kind of military alliance, it is the biggest military alliance ever created in the history of mankind. And that alliance has survived for so many years, but now that is coming under tremendous pressure because Trump is not putting its weight behind the NATO. Now, if Trump is not actually supporting or backing NATO, then of course India stands nowhere. Now, we thought that China is the common threat to US and India. That's why India-US defense and security cooperation was gaining strength over the period of time. But now, if you look at the relationship between Trump and Xi Jinping, things are different. Now that US is talking, the experts are saying that US has no patience or even capacity to challenge China on its own, because it will impose a lot of cost. And the US is not prepared to take that kind of cost to challenge China. Now US is trying to find a way to work with China. So if China and US relationship is actually improves, then US doesn't need India as a counterweight to China. Do you understand? Because China was a common threat, because US thought China needs to be contained, India thought China needs to be contained. That's why US and India were working together. But now US thinks China is so big, it is difficult to contain. Now let's make peace. That's what Trump is trying to do. Now if US is trying to make peace with China, then where do we stand? So we don't get that kind of support from the US. So at least that is the early sign that we can decipher from the US. Now we have to, and now on top of that, Trump has a lot of issues with all the countries, including India. He thinks India is unfair in terms of economic practices towards the US policies. We impose taxes on American companies, and but US companies have a lot of difficulties operating in India. So that's why he put 50% tax, saying 25% because of our trade practices, 25% because we are buying oil from Russia. Now that has been struck down, but still there is a high tax, and we don't know tomorrow whether Trump will impose another sort of tax. So there are a lot of uncertainties in India-US relations. So economic uncertainty one can understand because every country wants to protect its economic interests. But when it comes to defense and security, then there is a great deal of uncertainty whether US and India defense and strategic cooperation will remain as it was between 2006 and 2025. So there is uncertainty. Now, if US actually makes peace or improves its relations with China, then we have to find some other way to deal with China. So I'll talk about that. Now, dealing with China also requires our external relations with another country, that is Russia. Right. So Soviet Union, and after its breakdown, when it becomes Russia, has been our traditional supporter, at least in terms of defense. So Soviet Union has been a great friend during the Cold War time. Now you imagine when India became independent, and all the major powers of that time, UK or the US, they were not so friendly to us. And Pakistan, and in fact they supported Pakistan because Pakistan was one country, it's a rentier economy, right? Wherever there is a benefit, they will change their way and become friends, right? Now you see what Pakistan is doing. It's basically brokering, trying to broker, negotiate a peace between Iran and US. So that is one role which Pakistan always takes pride over the years, but that is one role we don't like, right? We don't want to interfere in somebody else's affairs. So, but Pakistan has always been a friend to all the major powers during the Cold War. So Pakistan, and you saw what happened, what kind of benefits Pakistan received from the US and the Western countries during the Cold War. Now on the Kashmir issue, which was actually a major issue, major foreign policy and security policy issue during the Cold War time, Soviet Union was the only country which stood beside us. So every time the Kashmiri issue was debated at the UN, and whenever the UN Security Council voted, Soviet Union supported us. And that is why Kashmir has become, so that is how we manage the Kashmir issue. Now things have changed, we have become a major power. Other countries like France or maybe UK, and now maybe US is now supporting our foreign policy issues. But I am talking about 40s, 50s, 1960s, 70s, even 80s, 90s. So that situation, that time the geopolitics was different. The global geopolitics, the Cold War politics was totally against us. But that time Soviet Union helped us, provided a tremendous amount of diplomatic support in supporting our cause on the Kashmir issue. Now top of that, Soviet Union was also the great supplier of military equipment to us, because US and the Western countries were arming Pakistan and the latest weapons. But we had no way but to depend on the Soviet Union. That is why you see we got a lot of defense equipment, MiG-29, then your submarines, then your T-72, T-90, all these, and the BMP, your troop carriers, even basic rifles, ammunitions, etc. we used to get from the Soviet Union. And that is how we created our own military capability. And even Soviet Union gave us the technology to set up our defense industry. Right. But things were all okay, but we had to face the end of Cold War. After the end of the Cold War ended with the disintegration of the Soviet Union. So Soviet Union disintegrated, Russia became the major country along with several Eastern European and Central Asian countries. Now things have changed. Now we realize that, okay, our traditional supporter in terms of defense and security is no more there. And Russia was actually in a very poor state. In fact, last year I was traveling to Moscow and I was interacting with some professors there. And I was actually horrified to know that when the Soviet Union was disintegrated, their economy actually totally collapsed. And somebody gave me one example, and I will translate that example in a simple example here. That if you had 1 lakh rupees in the bank, and tomorrow you go to the bank, and the bank will say that all the zeros after 1 is gone. So your 1 lakh rupee becomes only 1 rupee. So that was the economic condition after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. So all of a sudden, next morning you wake up, your bank balance is gone because their economy is totally collapsed. So that was the kind of economic situation the the newly created Russia found. And for them to support a country like India through diplomatic and military means was next to impossible. Now we had no choice but to change our foreign policy course. And that is when you see Narasimha Rao, who is also called the Chanakya in Indian politics. And in fact, Narasimha Rao is a very enigma in Indian politics. And I would suggest you to read one book, I think, Vinay Senapati, Half a Lion. So Narasimha Rao was a hardcore socialist throughout his career until he becomes the Prime Minister of India. And under the circumstances under which he became Prime Minister is still is very interesting. I mean, he was taking a political sannyas, retirement. Rajiv Gandhi is killed, died here, and then the Congress party has no option but to choose Narasimha Rao as the Prime Minister. And Narasimha Rao changed the face of Indian economy. A lot of people give credit to Manmohan Singh, but if you read Vinay Senapati's book, Half a Lion, you will understand that Narasimha Rao gave the political backing to Manmohan Singh to take all these critical economic decisions. Economic liberalization, trade liberalization, demolition of license Raj. So Narasimha Rao is the Chanakya. So Narasimha Rao understands that, okay, global geopolitics has changed. Now we can't rely on our traditional mode of foreign policy practice. He goes to US, addresses the US Congress, liberalizes the Indian economy, moves all around to the East Asia, and brings investment and rejuvenates not only our foreign policy but also economic policy. So 1991 is a critical period, and we changed our course. Now how to deal with Russia? So Russia is not in a position to help us, but thankfully after 10-20 years the global oil prices started increasing. Now you won't imagine, at one time the global oil price was $30, $40 when I was in university. All of a sudden it becomes $150. From $30 to $150, and and Putin by that time has become the president of Russia, and he finds immense wealth because Russia has the largest natural resources in terms of gas and oil, and that sustains the Russian economic revitalization, and Russia becomes stronger and stronger. Now we had, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, we understood, and P.V. Narasimha Rao also changed our foreign policy. We started moving away from our dependence on Russian arms to the Western side. We developed close relations with Israel, we developed relationship with the US and Western countries. We decided to diversify our arms procurement. Also, we didn't ditch Russia altogether. I mean, when it comes to sensitive technology, whether it is space, nuclear, or even nuclear submarine, or the aircraft carrier, the big stuffs which no Western countries were willing to give us, we relied upon Russia. So Russia gave the big ticket items, but at the same time we also diversified. But things started to change since late 2010s. Russia decides to attack Georgia, then takes control of Crimea. But the height of Russian exceptionalism, if I may say so, started in 2022 when they attacked Ukraine. Now, Russia's attack on Ukraine was also a test of our foreign policy, how to handle that, because Russia has been a strong supporter of us in terms of defense and security. Now, the whole Western countries are now against Russia. So, we had to navigate a difficult path in the sense that there is a tremendous pressure on India to sideline Russia, but we can't do that. There is another reason, because by that time, Chinese have started cultivating their relationship or deepening their relationship with Soviet Union, with Russia. Now we thought, our arms trade dependency is still there, but we never wanted that Russia should become a second, Western players say, is a minor player to China. So Russia has become so dependent on China. In fact, if you go to Russia, every second car is a Chinese car. If you go to that airport, after the Russian language of their name, Chinese names, their airports, names, etc. are written in Chinese because they are so dependent on China. Now, China is our biggest rival. In fact, if we prioritize between Pakistan and China, I would say China is our biggest strategic rival, because Pakistan is a small country. In terms of economy, in terms of military, we are 5 to 10 times bigger than Pakistan. But China is several times bigger than us. If we are spending $80 billion on defense, they are spending $300 billion. If our economy is $4 trillion, Chinese economy is $20 trillion. So that means if we can have an army of X size, so they can have an army of 4X size. So they are an overwhelming power vis-a-vis us. So now, if there is a war between conflict between India and China, so we don't want Russia to support China. Rather, we want, at least if Russia can't help us, Russia should be a neutral player. So that is our foreign policy priority with respect to Russia. Now what we had, we withstood that pressure, the Western pressure. We continued to buy Russian oil. Of course, it was advantageous, or it was beneficial to us, because Russian oil was available at a major discount. There was a discounted oil available. We took advantage of that. But US came to know, and Trump also sanctioned several Russian companies. So we had no choice but to actually give up our oil imports from Russia. Okay, so dealing with Russia has become a very major problem, and top of that, US, is the biggest power. With big power comes big responsibility. That's what we read. But with big power comes big egos, big whims. Now, US know that they are a big power, they can impose their will on others. What they say, they come out with new sanctions. And one sanction is that, it's called CAATSA, Countering American Adversaries Act. It's a US law. It says, if you buy major defense equipment from Russia, you will be sanctioned. So, we bought S-400 missile defense system from Soviet Union. I think some $4 billion or something. US didn't like it. They said, okay, you are buying Russian defense equipment, we'll sanction you. But somehow our MEA, our Ministry of Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Defense convinced the US not to put sanctions. But that sanction fear is there. So if we buy a major defense equipment, the US can sanction us. So that's a very tricky situation to navigate. Right. So, dealing with Russia has never been easy because of various issues, because of Russia's own decision to attack Ukraine, then US's lot of sanctions, secondary sanctions on Russia. So finding a way has never been so easy. Now coming back to the third major power of our discussion, that is China. Now, China-India relationship, as you know, if somebody asks you to describe it in one sentence, so you can say India-China relationship is defined in terms of both competition and cooperation. Okay, so we are competing fiercely on certain defense and security issues, but then also we are also we are also cooperating on certain issues. Very simple. But if you look at the history, I mean, after independence, after the Communist Party actually got the control of China, we are the first country to acknowledge acknowledge China. So, and Prime Minister Nehru, we had this Panchil, Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai. You understand that initially we had a lot of bonhomie friendship between India and China. But then 1962 happens. 1962 war, all the wars that we have fought, that is the only war we lost. We lost badly, right? We were not prepared. There are a lot of issues, there are a lot of civil military issues. The military leadership, the armed forces, they were not on the same page. There were a lot of nepotism going on. I mean, when you have an army which is not actually led by professional soldiers, when I say professional or meritorious soldiers, that means the soldiers or the commanders who are actually selected on the basis of merit. So there were a lot of political interference. You have one defense minister. Who was the defense minister in 1962? Anybody can raise the hands? Okay, that is one task I will give you. So who was the defense minister of India during? So 1962. He was not even born, I believe, that time. No, he was born. You don't have Google or ChatGPT? Krishna Men. Okay. So wait, hello, may I have your attention please? Yes. So there were a lot of political meddling in the army affairs, and there are so many issues why we lost the 1962 war. But one of the reasons was that the political leadership was not, they underestimated Chinese the strategy. And so after that, we of course, and with that, there was a totally breakdown of relationship till 1988, when Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi decided to visit China. So after 1998, we knew that okay, the border disputes are so complex. Let's keep it in the cold storage. Let's develop economic relationship. We had certain border agreements with them, and lot of pacts were signed. There is a common understanding that these border disputes can be left to the future generations. Let's cultivate the economic relations. And that is how the India-China economic relationship became so important that China became our largest trading partner. Okay, but again, we actually miscalculated Chinese economic strategy. We thought, like other countries, US also thought that more economic integration with China means less border or security related problems. So US thought that integrating China into the world economy means China will slowly open its political system to democracy. That never happened. We also thought that increased economic cooperation will keep the border disputes in the cold storage, deep cold storage. Never happened. Year 2017, good Doklam happened. Chinese knew that the Doklam area, which is in Bhutan, is so strategically positioned that if Chinese occupy that territory, then that affects our security of Northeast, because that Doklam actually oversees the Siliguri, the narrow patch which connects your Northeast to mainland. So they can actually attack that area, and so our Northeast is vulnerable. So despite knowing that, they came to Doklam, and Indian army had no choice but to physically intervene and throw out the Chinese forces. But then Galwan happened in 2020. So for the first time, I think after 40 years, fires were exchanged, soldiers died, there was a death, and 20 people died from our side, and the Chinese never actually said how many people, how many soldiers they lost, but we know that 20 of our brave soldiers died on that night. And things became so ugly that our foreign minister went to the town saying that the whole India-China relationship is now depends on the peace at the border. So we almost stopped interacting with China on every possible way, right? Fortunately, after 4 years of painful negotiation, there is a kind of peace at the border on Ladakh side. But I would say it's a temporary peace, because forces are deployed, if not eyeball to eyeball, but at a distance. And we have 50,000 troops sitting in Ladakh at very cold terrain. Similarly, Chinese have also some 50,000 troops, and they have developed their infrastructure in a massive way. They can mobilize their troops at a very short notice. We are also devoting a lot of resources to create the border infrastructure, creating new assets, creating new manpower. And that's if you have two armies both preparing for an eventual crisis, then you are rest assured that the relationship is not peaceful. I mean, something can trigger another border war. So that is the situation with now. And top of that, we are also witnessing Chinese aggressive behavior all around us. Now, since independence after 1962, we thought Chinese threat is land-centric. Okay, there is a Himalayan barrier. It prevents a lot of incursions. There are certain pockets where Chinese can come, we can manage. We thought it's a land-centric threat. China was a land-centric threat. But of late, we are finding that China is not only a land-centric threat, it's a maritime threat, because Chinese ships, warships, submarines are coming to the Indian Ocean. China is also a space threat, and increasingly China is also a cyber threat. So I think most of you are using Chinese phones, and nobody knows what kind of software they have, or whether they are monitoring us. And China is good at hacking, I mean stealing technology. They have stolen technologies from everybody, right? So China is a threat, is a multi-domain threat. So you have to prepare your armed forces to fight a multi-domain warfare. So that's why the armed forces are now talking about, okay, forget about, I mean, we have to still prepare our armed forces to fight a land, maritime or air warfare, but you have to also prepare yourself to fight in other domains, space, cyberspace, even cognitive warfare. I mean, what happened in the Operation Sindoor? We say, some experts say we won the battle, but they won the war, right? I mean, we destroyed all their terror and military targets, but they went to town all over to the global capital, saying that they have destroyed they have drowned some of our fighter aircrafts. They have and they created narrative. So in the narrative perception, they won. That if you look at the world news, the neutral media outside the country, you will find that Pakistan had an upper hand, if not a major hand, upper hand in terms of narratives. So you have to find on physical domain, but also in the cognitive. That is your perception warfare. So that is what China is good at that. So China is good at grey warfare. I mean, they will not attack you unless they are so sure. But it is slow. But they will. China believes in perpetual war. It's not that okay. Earlier, like you have a problem with a country, you are fed up, you declare a war. Chinese don't do that. Every day is a war for them. That okay, whatever small way you can actually harass your adversary. That is what sometimes they do salami slicing, sometimes they do grey warfare. So all sort of stuff they do. So you have to prepare that kind of armed forces which can fight the multi-domain warfare vis-a-vis China. So I think with that I will stop. Just before that I'll conclude that okay, so you have these three major powers whose interests are not necessarily same. And on one hand you find Russia and China's interests converging at a rapid pace against the US, but against US, who was your great supporter after the Cold War, especially after 2005, but under the Trump administration we are losing that kind of support of late. So for the first time, I think, if you ask me to summarize our foreign policy or our external relationship with major powers, I think for the first time in the world history, for the first time in our history, we are witnessing an external environment which is quite hostile. It is more hostile than in 1970s when we fought the Bangladesh war. I mean, that time the USS was strongly with us. I mean, the US sent the nuclear task force, but Soviet Union sent the nuclear submarine, and that was good enough to deter US. But now, if there is a major war with China, we are not so sure about Russian help, and we don't know, we can't trust the Trump's America. So we are in a really bizarre situation, and at that stage, if that is the situation, what you do? Of course, that is a subject matter of another lecture, but I would say a few things, that if you face an external environment which is not very conducive for your foreign or security policy, you have no choice but to create your own strength. So you have to develop your own economy, you have to develop your own military. So military, of course, you have to spend more, you have to spend wisely. Whether that we are doing or not, that's a different stuff. And also, you can't develop a better, good army without having a good economy. So we have to also constantly bring reforms to promote, to have a larger economic growth. 5 to 6% of economic growth is not enough. Maybe 7 to 8% we should target more, and that is one thing that is something that at our hand, and we must focus on that. So with that, I will stop. Maybe if you have some comments or queries, then I will be happy to take up. But thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Your valuable perspectives on India's engagement with the United States, China, and Russia have provided us with a deeper understanding of India's engagement and strategic priorities and its evolving role in international affairs. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your inspiring address and for sharing your expertise with us. We shall now move on to the question and answer session. Participants who wish to ask a question are kindly requested to raise their hands. Please introduce yourselves before asking your question, and we request that your questions be brief and relevant to the topic. The floor is now open for questions. Thank you once again, sir, for your enlightening presentation, and thank you to all the participants for your active and enthusiastic participation. Dear participants, you can now disperse for a short break. You are requested to be here back at the conference hall sharp at 11:15. You are requested to be present here at the conference hall sharp at 11:15. Thank you. Please pay attention. All the college representatives are kindly asked to assemble here at this desk. all the college representatives are kindly asked to kindly be present here at this desk.
student in the ICWA. All first year UG and first year PG students from Shift 1 to Shift 2 are asked to verify their personal details for ID verification by today in your respective ERP portals. Okay. All the first year UG and first year PG students of Shift 1 and Shift 2 are asked to verify their personal details for ID verification by today in your respective ERP portals. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? How much? ஹலோ சார் சார் கேட்குதா
நாங்கள் வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் ஒரு 6 ஸ்டூடெண்ட் அவங்களும் சரி இப்போ இது வந்து நேஷனல்
சார் ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார் வருதுங்களா கேட்குதுங்களா சார் எனக்கு கேட்குது நான் என்னோட வீடியோ வருதா வீடியோ ஓகே ரைட் சார் வெல்கம் சார் என்னோட வீடியோ வரும் ஆனால் வீடியோ வரல இந்த ஒன்று ஆஃப் பண்ணி பார்க்க
இங்கே ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டேன்
இந்த வீடியோ போட்டேன் வீடியோ
இல்லை அங்கே க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி அதோட லிங்க் பண்ணிட்டோம்
அதோட லிங்க் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க ஓகே லைவில் லிங்க் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க புரியுது சார் அது வந்தாலும் வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் ஆமாம் என்னங்க சார் லைவ் லிங்க் உங்களுக்கு அனுப்பியிருக்கேனே பாருங்க வரலையா சொல்லுங்க
இல்லை அந்த ப்ரோக்ராமுக்கு யார் ஆர்டர் டிவி கால் புக் பண்ணி அனுப்பிடுவோம்
டிவி கால் புக் பண்ணி யாருக்கு கேட்பேன் யாருக்கு
ரொம்ப காரணம் வச்சுட்டாங்க
ஹலோ சார் கேட்கா தெரியுது சார் தெரியுது விசிபிள் தான் விசிபிள் சார் விசிபிளாக தெரியுது
4 பேர் யாராவது
இல்லைண்ணே 4 பேர் இங்கே ஸ்டார்ட் முடிஞ்சோன்னா அவங்க இங்கே வருவாங்க.
அது அவங்க டைம் என்ன 12:30 to 1:30
12:30 to 1:30 ஆமாம். ஹலோ சார், கேட்குதா சார்? நல்லா கேட்குது. உங்கள் ஸ்லைட் இஸ் விசிபிள் சார். சூப்பர் சார். இது லைவுக்கு இப்போ கேமரா ஆஃப் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கோம். இப்போ இந்த டீ பிரேக் இன்னொரு 5 நிமிஷத்தில் வந்தோன்னே ஆன் பண்ணிடுவோம். லைவாக பார்க்க முடியும் நம்ம. ஆமாம். என்ன சார்? மூவ் ஆகுது சார். உங்கள் வாய்ஸ் நல்லா கிளியராக இருக்குது சார். ஸ்லைட்ஸ் நல்லா மூவ் ஆகும். இல்லைங்களா? அப்படியே நான் ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்து அனுப்புகிறேன் பாருங்கள் உங்களுக்கு. அப்படியே ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்து அனுப்புகிறேன் பாருங்கள். இல்லைன்னா நீங்கள் வாட்ஸ்அப் வீடியோவில் வரேன் பாருங்களா சார். வாட்ஸ்அப் வீடியோவில் வரேன். அப்படியே இருங்க. அப்படியே வாட்ஸ்அப் வீடியோவில் வரேன். இது வீடியோ தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது பாருங்க நம்மளோட வீடியோ. ஹலோ சார். யா ஒரு சார் சார் கலக்கலாக இருக்கிறீங்க சார். ஃபோட்டோவில் காட்டுக்கு நேராக கலக்கலாக இருக்கிறீங்க சார். நீங்கள் நல்ல சார் கொஞ்சம் தருவீங்க. தலைவலி இருக்காங்க. தலைவர்
What?
இல்லை ஒரு பேக் ஒன்று தானே சார் அதில் வேலை வச்சுருக்கேன் அப்புறம்
இது கரெக்டாக இருக்கா? ஸ்க்ரீன் ஆடியோலாம் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா? ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா?
எப்படி தெரியுமா அந்த சவுண்ட் லேப்டாப்
கேபிள் போட்டு டேரெக்டாகவே கேட்க முடியும்.
லைவ்ல கனெக்ட் ஆகிருக்கு.
இல்லை நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன், இதில் இப்போ லைவ் கூட க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடலாம். இதில் நீங்கள் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம் ஆக்ஸ் கேபிள்.
லைவ் கனெக்ட் ஆகிருக்கு.
லைவ் போடுறீங்க
லைவ் இங்கே போட மாட்டாங்க, யூடியூப்ல போடுவாங்க.
அதுதான் தான் சொல்லுங்கள். எதுக்கு அப்படி ரெண்டு பேரும் வந்து இது ஒரு பர்ஃபெக்டாக
யூடியூப்ல லைவ் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. யூடியூப் தெரியும் தான் அவனுக்கு. இப்போ ஆக்ஸ் கேபிள் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா யூடியூப் லைவ் கட் ஆகிடும். அவர்ஸ் இல்லைன்னா தான்
ஃபோன் பார்த்தியா?
யூஸ் பண்ணிங்கன்னா வாங்கி போயிடுவேன் நான். அவ்வளோதான் பிரின்சிபல் உங்கள் சும்மா சார் கொடுத்துருவேன். வெல்கம் பண்ணிட்டு இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணிருங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் வந்து சார் வெல்கம் சார்னு சொல்லிடுறோம். அல்வா சார் இங்கே வருவாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் செஷன்ஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம். ஃபஸ்ட்டு வெல்கம் பண்ணுங்கள். வெரி ஹாப்பி டு இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுங்கள். கேமராவில் நீங்கள் இருக்கீங்களா? இல்லையா? அதில் பாருங்கள். இவங்க கேமரா வர மாட்டாங்களா?
வருவாங்க சார். ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்
அவ்வளோ ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் அவ்வளோதான் நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்க. இருங்க ஒரு நிமிஷம், நான் அந்த இதுக்குள்ளே வந்துடுறேன். ஒரு நிமிஷம் நான் அதில் வந்துடுறேன். ஓகே ஓகே, நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
The best way to prepare for tomorrow is to work together today. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to section 6. The theme of the session is India's Neighborhood Disaster Risk Reduction Policy, Challenges and Way Forward. This session will focus on India's disaster risk reduction initiatives, regional cooperation, policy challenges, and the strategies required to build a more resilient neighborhood. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Sihamani Panir, from the Center for the Study of Law and Governance, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Sihamani Panir is a distinguished scholar whose work in governance, public policy, and disaster management has contributed significantly to the academic community. We are truly honored to have him with us today. I invite Dr. Aruldas to honor Dr. Sihamani Panir with memento. Without further delay, I respectfully invite Dr. Sihamani Panir to deliver the keynote address.
Sir, பேசுறது கேக்குதா சார்? கேக்குதா
மைக் ஆஃப் பண்ணியிருக்காரு சார் அவரு
முகேஷ்
வெறும் சார்
லைவா கட் பண்ண
சார்
இல்லை அவர் பேசும்போது கேட்கல கட் முடியாது
சார் இப்போ பேசுகிறீங்க
சொல்லுங்க சார் இதுலேருந்து பாட்டு போட்டால் போதா
சார்
பாட்டு போட்டால்
பேசினா கேட்க
கேட்குறேப்பா
மைக் ஆஃப் பண்ணிருங்க. மைக் ஆஃப் பண்ணிருங்க. சார் பேசுங்க சார்.
சார் கேக்குதுங்களா?
எஸ் சார் கேக்குது. எஸ் சார்.
Shall we continue, sir?
ஓகே சார், இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் ஓகே
சார் இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருச்சுங்க, பரவாயில்ல.
ஆமா, நீங்க தொடங்குங்க சார்.
சார் எனக்கு ஒரு 2 விஷயம் கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிடுங்க. ஸ்லைட்ஸ் தெரியுதுங்களா? ஆடியோ வீடியோ இட்ஸ் ஃபைன்.
எல்லாம் தெரியுது சார், ஸ்லைடு தெரியுது. நீங்க கேட்கறது கிளியரா பேசுது சார். எஸ் சார்.
ஓகே, டன் சார். டன். Shall I just start, sir, in that case?
வெல்கம் சார். வெல்கம் சார்.
Great. Sir, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Most respected distinguished speakers, participants, and the organizing committee members. Good morning to all of you. Let me take this wonderful opportunity to thank the organizers from the St. Joseph College, Department of Commerce, and also the Indian Council of World Affairs from New Delhi for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this conference. My apologies for not coming in person. So due to unavoidable circumstances and also the other the organizers' time constraints, and I just requested them to make it as an online session, so they have done it. And for that I would like to thank Dr. Jerome and his team. So today's session, I would like to highlight 3 important aspects of the topic. to begin with, I'll start with the situational analysis of disaster risk reduction and also the burden of disasters in neighboring India's neighborhoods. Like, later we look at it, the causes and its consequences on health, development, and economy. The second part, based on the available literatures, I would like to draw your attention towards two major aspects of emerging challenges and also the way forward, how we can deal with the current crisis in the neighboring countries. Third, that's the most important aspect of my presentation. I am going to look at it as an academia, and also I'll draw your attention towards bringing your role and your research team looking at this topic as the opportunity to publish more research papers and applying for more funding, developing academic networks and collaborations across institutions in India as well as abroad. That's the plan of the day. To begin with, when we look at the neighborhoods, we can see here in clarity, like we have like Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, China, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Maldives. So there is something very common in all these states, is that it is occurring disasters. And the root cause is the climate change implications as well. The types of hazards and disaster risks in these countries includes the following: earthquakes, drought, and tsunami we have seen, landslides, massive landslides is happening across nations, wildfires, another major risk factors in these countries, heat and cold waves, floods, cyclones, industrial accidents, and conflicts. Most important, the climate change crises are directly linked with the sea level rises. This has huge impacts on our neighboring countries. As a result, we have huge economic loss, lives lost, and also the infrastructure damages which happening in these countries. As we have already witnessed that these countries were having limited public infrastructures. Due to these reasons, we have massive impacts on our economy, society, as well as the development. So look at here, this slide. It shows the major risk factors in these countries, like starting with Afghanistan, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and so on. So therefore, the disaster has huge negative impacts on the development of these nations. So what's the way out? So when I realized the importance of the primary research conducted in these areas, so I just prepared the synthesis of the challenges of the disasters in these countries. So the answers lies later in my presentations to addressing these issues. Let us look at the concerns. The first challenge is here, transboundary risk assessment is one of the major concerns here. Due to the limited availability of the infrastructure and other facilities, there are concerns here, and also the technology transfer. Governance and institutional policies, then the evidence-based public policies in these nations are very limited. It's not looking at the policy governance and the state roles in dealing with the disasters in the neighboring countries. In fact, SARC and other institutions India is taking a lead role in looking at the disasters in the neighboring countries. The third challenge here, weak techno-legal systems. It actually requires immediate attention to look at the environmental laws and governance in these countries. Relief versus mitigation biases in these countries, like institutional coherence is another concern. Over centralized relief aspects, weak structured enforcement system or the weak legal enforcement system to regulate. So that's the reason we have huge impacts on our society, economy, and development as a result of disasters. And the early warning systems gaps, geopolitical and neighborhood tensions, that has huge impacts on our development aspects. I'm sure Jagan sir is going to look at this aspect as well. But this is also one of the emerging concerns while dealing with the neighborhood disaster policies. Okay, this has a main route to look at. Global governance response, It is not just only about India's response. The global governance also plays a major response while dealing with the disaster crisis in neighboring countries in India, such as multilateral and bilateral organizations like World Bank, IMF, UNICEF, and UN organs, USAID, DFID, European Union, and so on. The multiple institutions also plays a wider role here while dealing with these concerns, especially the policy concerns. The last 10th concern here, the political willingness for multi-sectoral technical and economic cooperations. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the crisis can be taken up by the strong political willingness look at. So recently, the Nature published a paper which is about promoting the importance of social sciences aspects while dealing with the disaster crisis in the global south. That includes India and other neighboring countries. So another dimension, the evidence is like, it says like there's a need for a new collaborative and beyond scientific discipline to solve global climate change crisis and disaster risk reductions, particularly in the global south. So therefore, Indian public policies, which is actually promoting the significance of developing collaborations and networking with the neighboring countries in order to deal with the disaster crisis. Therefore, here, envisioning a new era of bringing a sustainable development in neighboring countries, including India, it's the right time to develop evidence-based public policies. Therefore, the strong political willingness is needed to invest more in public health research, collaborative research in these areas to look at the disaster concerns. So keeping in view of the above background, and today's takeaways from my session would be like this: to understand the relevance of scientific contributions during and after disasters, including the disaster risk reduction strategies in the neighboring countries. As an academia, this is what the takeaway I would like to give it to my other colleagues and the participants and the research scholars and students, to learn the skills of evidence synthesis to deal with the core challenges and scientific input for evidence-based public policies, building capacities to deal with the disaster concerns in the neighboring countries. This is what actually missing in the literature. The literature highlights that it's a time to look at it because the data is going to help the policies. Incorporation of the best available knowledge to deal with the global climate change crisis, its impacts the global south, potential opportunities and challenges for global south initiatives. That's how I'm going to look at it. Or whatever is your area of research interest, you can look at it, the relevance of your work with the disasters concerns in India and the neighboring states. Because the policies needs more data, field-based data. So India's humanitarian assistance to neighbors, institutional structure and the SARC and other institutional framework for dealing with the regional disasters concerns, especially the flood, cyclone, drought, cold waves, heat waves, air pollutions, and so on. That's the reason that it's a need to have a structural framework to look at the concerns. 6, the key principles and doable strategies, like way forward for dealing with the disaster risk reductions and public policies with the regional, bilateral, and international institutions in India and also the neighboring nations. So to begin with, as the literature shows that the contemporary society had witnessed huge humanitarian crisis, including poverty, increased inequality, regional conflicts, civil wars, disasters that the list we have already seen, the global climate change, pandemics, etc. So time to find an alternative solutions that solve the complex problems at the same time, where we have the policies here to look at it. The debate on sustainable development methods across nations, holistic solutions to re-examine the networks of complex problems in the neighboring countries. Definitely, the health and development has become the major threat around the world. Particularly, there's a dual burden on global south, especially India and the neighboring countries of India. Lack of vulnerability and risk assessment in these nations, global impact assessment to draw the future directions. That's the reason I would like to draw your attention as researchers, academicians, scholars in this area to contribute further to develop more policies, practitioners' manuals, and also knowledge production. So therefore, one of the major approach here that we need to really understand the relevance of transdisciplinary approaches here to develop more evidence-based public policies. The transdisciplinary research can help us in terms of developing a solid databases. Yes, data is missing here to develop policy framework. Once if you have the data, it can focus on the root causes, and the matters for the evidence-based public policies through can be extended to the other neighboring nations as well. With the rapidly changing ecology, the climate change-induced problems will become more frequent as the literature shows in the global south. Growing problems like the climate change to natural disasters and the possibilities for evaluating and the prescribing the relevant policies is the need of the hour. Uncertainty, complexity, the new knowledge process that is needed for the policy framework. It's a time for us to integrate the best available knowledges, how it is possible through the collaborations and networking, to reconciling the valuables and the preparedness. Like before disasters, during disasters, and after disasters. The available knowledge, academic knowledge is indeed it's needed to develop the evidence-based policies to deal with the crisis. Global vulnerability to emerging and re-emerging threats to humans. That's what the evidence shows that. In fact, India and the neighboring countries going to face the dual burden on their economy due to disasters and also the climate change crisis. Therefore, it's a time to interlink between state, society, economy, environment, and development, not only in one nation, but regional, national, and also the international, especially the neighboring nations in our country. We don't have strong policies to deal with the disaster crisis in the neighboring countries. Whatever the existing policies we have, few directions is given in those policies. But it's time for us to develop such kind of policy framework to look at the climate change crisis and its impacts on human lives. So it's a time also for us to think relevance of environmental governance, which includes the regional solidarity, data resource sharing plan, implementations, accountability, and integrations in neighboring countries. Look at this slide, the global picture on the disaster concerns 1990 to till date, including 80s. Like huge crises have happened across the globe. Financial crisis, economic crisis, natural disasters, dissolution of Soviet Union, fall of Berlin Wall, oil crisis. In fact, the war crisis right now, the pandemic crisis is also happening across the nations. When we look at the India's and neighborhoods, as we discussed already, we have multiple concerns related to disasters and also the climate change crisis. The answer lies with the governance, policies, and programs to deal with those crises. Like the concerns here, what are the governments doing about disaster risk reduction in these nations? It's time for us to rethink our approach towards dealing with the concerns. Then only we can protect our economy, our society, our people, our infrastructure. So there's a way out here, the science for everyone. For example, why India, like Delhi's air pollution is so severe and what need to be done, and the climate change crisis and all other concerns, but the answer lies here with the policies and the programs. Multiple literatures again advocate such kind of approaches. It's in need of the hour. So keeping in view of that background and the introductions, I'd like to throw 8 questions on you as the scholars in the area of international relations and also the disaster governance. To begin with, how to bring empirical evidences into public policy and environmental governance. Later part of my presentations, I'm going to look at this as well. Identify significant factors for disaster risk reductions in India and the neighboring nations. What is co-production of knowledge, multi-stakeholders engagements? One of the missing links in this nation is that the co-production of knowledge and the multi-stakeholders engagements in dealing with the disaster concerns through policies. community-based education approach to deal with the community resilience. So one of the major concerns that can help us to develop resilient societies in these nations, particularly our neighboring countries, to deal with the concerns. Resilient communities is really in need of it. How it is possible? It's possible through community-based education approach to deal with the concerns. Identify new methods in creating evidence-based public policies which can help us to develop solid interventions to deal with the disasters. Identify alternative approaches to deal with humanitarian crises, including disasters. How does evidence influence public policies and the practices in these nations? It's not just only about having policies, developing those policies and implementing it actively. Relevance of data-driven environmental governance and joint action. So these are the research questions I like to throw light. Just to summarize whatever we have discussed so far, the objectives of my sessions would be to understand the conceptual framework and investigate the disaster, its impacts on integration of economic policies and the governance, to explore the process of integrating thorough networking across nations, develop the best available knowledge and make use of it, to document the evidence to support the scientific contributions during the humanitarian crisis in the form of public policies. And what was missing is the data is missing. Who can provide the data? It's like you and me, and academia can provide such kind of data to develop those policies. So one of the approach, as I suggested earlier, is a transdisciplinary approach is the answer here for this problem. Let's see here. The term transdisciplinary is used for the first time by the French psychologist. It stresses the need for integrating among various subjects and the branches of learning. As a result of India neighboring nations, what we can do, the academic institutions and the governance can collaborate together to develop such kind of framework to deal with the disaster concerns in the way of public policies. Of course, the generation of and utilization of research frameworks, it's a kind of concern. Using a common conceptual framework to unite a variety of disciplines like political science, international relations, economics, engineering, mathematics, computer science, medicine, law, policy and governance, public policies, and so on. Therefore, please rethink your own research approach and strategies for future, like how you can contribute. Therefore, this particular approach involves variety of disciplines in the collaborations and networking among academia, government, business enterprises, and civil society organizations. When we look at the disaster governance in these neighboring nations, this actually has a limited involvement or limited availability. So therefore, it's a time for us to develop a strong collaboration networking among academics, governments, and business enterprises, civil society organizations, and so on. So therefore, we can integrate knowledge across and beyond academic disciplines to look at the disaster crisis. Coordinated systemic thinking, alternative approaches is the need of the hour. What is that the transdisciplinary approach is going to deliver? It's a new way of knowledge production and decision making. This will bring solid data sets to develop policies and framework. Not only for disasters, even the other areas as well. It involves 3 phases, like problem identification, co-creating of knowledge through teams, through institutions, and the reintegrating the co-created knowledge. The point here is that connecting the merits and the scientific approaches across institutions to develop the solid data sets, the answer. And how it can be done? Through collaborative problem framing and building a collaborative research team. Co-creating of solution-oriented and transferable knowledge through collaborative research, reintegrating and applying to co-created knowledge. When we look at these sustainable development goals in these nations, the report shows that the data availability to create new policies is really limited. And they are also suggesting the academia to look at it in the way of developing more data sets. through collaborations and networking by way of developing a transdisciplinary approaches. And what does it mean? What is the epistemology of transdisciplinary approach? It actually understands the present world in all of its complexities, like causes, consequences, and its impacts on multiple factors, including society, economy, and development, and anticipating of future challenges. Therefore, it's a time for us to rethink our own approach towards developing an innovative approaches. That's called the integrated coordinated responses to deal with the disaster concerns. So what are the characteristics of this approach? Definitely it focuses on the real world problems. Normality, it's not on the abnormality. Diverse theoretical framework, because it involves social sciences, natural sciences, health sciences, law background, multiple other concerns to come together, develop a common framework, where in fact the developed data can be used to predict future, to develop the future disasters. Accordingly, we can develop our intervention strategies. That is what is missing in neighboring nations, including in India. Induction of other stakeholders, both state and non-state actors, is very important in these nations. Integration of different forms of knowledge, like transferable knowledge. Actually, from field to lab kind of approach, whatever data we generate, whatever research we conduct, that should contribute to the public policies, practices, and also the knowledge production. Generating societal and economic impact, fostering social learning for the collaborative actions. So therefore, the central argument here is that we really need to move beyond discipline, dynamic relationship, research integration across boundaries. It can look at the concerns of the sustainable development goals, especially in neighboring nations, the global south. Fascinating possibilities. You cannot, like as an academia, individually, you cannot just progress if you are not collaborating or networking with other researchers. That's what here, the neighborhood policies on disaster risk reductions, what was its need is that these solid data sets and the evidence directions. So this can provide the scientific studies to combat problems, including the disasters. So the evidence shows that, like the new century, can be adequately tackled from the sphere of specific individual discipline. Definitely the answer is no. Yes, it has the multiple factors, direct and indirect factors, which creates a problem which will have huge impacts on our multiple other public institutions. Therefore, the transdisciplinary is the result of a coordination between all hierarchical levels, like this, can provide a new set of knowledge that complete a monodisciplinary approaches. Definitely, it's an intense form of interactions between and it allows the effective communications as well as the sharing of competence and other resources. A well-defined and agreed division of responsibilities between the participants, and which will enable a smooth execution of collaborative research projects, increasing your chances of success. In fact, the available literature shows that the Western nations has the strong interactions between these nations. But what I would advocate here, it's a time for us to connect with our neighboring countries to develop such kind of policy framework through research. Collaborations requires a highly responsible attitude and diligence. That was one of these highlights of having such kind of approach. Otherwise, it won't be a successful method. Integrated and coordinated response, including problem framing, team building, co-creation of solution-oriented transferable knowledge, and reintegration and application of co-created knowledge in these regions. Enhancing the transdisciplinary approach through collaborative leadership. You could see here in this slide, bright lines in this map of scientific collaborations between 5 to 9 shows many joint publications which will have huge impacts on their public policies, like North America, Europe, including India. India also only few institutions, not all the institutions like IITs or other reputed institutions, not the central and state universities in this list. And then Southeast Asia, some of the institutions. So it is evidence, like whatever we discussed so far, like having such kind of approach which will have solid data sets that can be used for making policies and programs. That's how I'm just suggesting that the transdisciplinary approach is the need of the hour to look at the existing policies. And readiness and response, there's an urgent need for this particular approach, collaborating across discipline and organizations. Look at your research area and how you can contribute to the field, especially for the policy. Networks of research collaborations are expanding across the region. But in case India neighboring nations, there's a limited focus on it. Still, we are not moving beyond our regions. There's a need to have a cross-agency collaboration to policy public participations. Because I'm just talking about data. That is missing for our policies. And also the knowledge integration and developing a synthesis, evidence-based policies. And therefore, transforming evidences for public policy and practice, it is possible through this kind of approaches. As we discussed already, the climate change crisis has huge impact on our nations, our neighboring countries as well. It has the global exposure and its impacts on human lives. New knowledge production methods. So most of the research papers on disaster reduction in India and the neighboring nations, they actually talk about public policies. They also talk about evidence-based, data-driven governance model. And they also talk about developing such kind of approaches which means bring evidence-based climate policies and can look at the global warming and other concerns. And as discussed, heat waves, cold waves, and so many other concerns. It's common in India and the neighboring nations. So therefore, the answers lies with the research-based approach developing the policy. Just to summarize whatever we discussed so far, disasters concern in India and neighboring nations had huge impacts like loss of lives and again loss of productivity as part of disability and just like years, economic loss of infrastructure because we're already having a limited infrastructure and disturbance in the global order, in fact the border concerns, border issues, security, national safety issues as well, health inequality, educational impact, gender concerns, individual isolation, psychological impact, economic impact. There's a difference between economic loss and economic impact. The political impact, implications, that's what the global governance concerns, environmental issues, and it will have huge impacts on the person with the special needs, the elderly issues. This is the very common concern in India and the neighboring nations. Therefore, here the poorer countries or the individuals are the more negatively affected, especially our neighboring countries are mostly affected. This has the multitude of economic, political, and the social implications. What is needed here in these local, regional, and the global scales is the impact assessment, and it's a time for us to develop an effective strategies to deal with the disaster concerns. As said earlier, science solutions is one of the major areas. So we can't simply undermine science while dealing with the disaster concerns and also the disaster policies in the neighboring nations. That's the reason some urgent need for developing a transdisciplinary approach. This can bring solid databases to develop policies and the programs. Of course, the benefits and challenges. So it's a time for us to understand the need for realizing the difference between felt needs and the real needs while dealing with the disaster concerns. They would advocate it's a time to develop felt need assessment rather than the real need assessment to look at the disaster concerns in the neighboring nations. Future prospects of academic and research collaborations, I could see a lot of opportunities, developing good synergies between state and non-state actors, and knowledge integrations, and better the knowledge can be transferred. So maximizing multi-stakeholders participation in these regions are like developing an international aid network approach, regulatory framework, logistics organizations, public and the private sectors, media, local aid work, judiciary, police, government, inter-organizational, and so on. So what is missing in the existing policies is that kind of developing the link, direct and indirect link between these stakeholders. This is what I'm also advocating here as a researcher. We really need to understand its relevance to deal with the disaster concerns in the neighboring nations. Accountability and transparency and regulations. So that's really kind of concerned here. Process of co-production of knowledge. So yes, it is possible. We have huge funding opportunities across the nations, across the globe, in fact, to support Global South, including neighborhoods. We can promote this particular approach, systematic reviews, meta-analysis, use of mixed methods, promotion of time series analysis, adapting prediction methods, collaborating networking. Actually, why I'm presenting these concerns here rather than the core policies? So the policies, it's like not enough. Like how we can improve through these approaches and methods. As an academia, like we can take it forward, developing and improving. And the cost benefit of having such kind of collaborations, it definitely provides access to resources, including funding opportunities, facilities, and ideas. And it's an essential for getting grants and also to deal with the major challenges and disasters, to have a large and international teams supported by major facilities and develop rich databases which encourages the rapid spread of knowledge. This is what the need of the hour while dealing with the neighborhood policies. And definitely, as a self-interest as well as a research, as the collaborative papers tend to get cited more often rather than the single author publications. In fact, the high impact journals will accept such kind of papers, not just one country based research. Multi-country studies definitely will have huge opportunities for publications and also will get more citations. Look at it, the beyond crisis and development measures, in what way the transdisciplinary approach contributes. There's a data available in this journal. They actually talk about the merits of collaborative research projects, public policies, and its impacts on in academia in terms of more funding. Or look at it here: US, UK, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, Canada, Netherlands. We're all having multiple options and opportunities. And India, neighboring countries, I don't see any other nations other than India in this block. India is very small dot. So therefore, we should move out of the comfort zone, the simple situations to the complex sector to look at it. Definitely the future prospects of academic and research collaborations, the world, the academia is also moving forward to develop such kind of approaches, and that kind of data can contribute to the existing policies and the programs. We could see that definitely the competencies gaps and particular mix of motivations, attitudes, skills and behavior, skills of evidence synthesis. Evidence synthesis is also another approach. We can use it for public policies to deal with the disaster concerns, to enhance theoretical and methodological aspects. Of course, causes and the consequences of disasters in the neighboring nations. Time to scientifically to understand its recovery, mitigation, response, and the preparedness. Revisiting the existing data sets in these nations, redefining relevant methodologies, facilitating access to online resources and exploring culturally relevant approaches, synthesizing evidences rapidly and to provide massive interventions guidelines at the micro level, meso level, and the macro level. Long-term strategies for the promoting human happiness in these nations, well-being, social and economic recovery due to disasters. Ensuring adequate quality of your work, whatever work you do, that should be communicated to the other audiences, including developing policy briefs. To strengthen community-based risk assessment management. The future of disaster risk reduction in these areas, definitely, as we discussed earlier, our continued vulnerability and challenges to the problems, to develop alternative systems to minimize the population exposure and risk factors in these nations, because it has dual burden on the common people here. Working together to address those challenges, collaborating research with the community strategies. So these also will add to the existing policies. Definitely it is everybody's business to take responsibility to be part of the conversation about changing the economic system in India and the neighboring nations. So certainly this particular approach can help in integrating science, collaboration, policy, and the people. It's an opportunity to combine knowledge and skills from all over the world, enhancing research collaborations like in the region, international, national, and international. So many funding agencies from US and UK are also looking for research team in these nations to look, especially the Sustainable Development Goals concepts, the research capacity building and research collaboration network. And this slide, bright lines in this map of scientific collaborations between these two nations, it's more joint publication. This already we discussed in my earlier slides as well, but I'm still insisting here, having such kind of approach which will help you to grow as well as an academy, and it will contribute to the existing policies. Let's see here the two situations, Institute A and Institute B. Institute A with isolated researchers, Institute B with the connected researchers. So most of the researchers in the neighboring nations are like with type A type of institutes, not the type B set of institutes. Type B set of institutes which will have more funding, more data, and that can contribute to the policies and the programs. So certainly the transdisciplinary approach is one of the answers for the emerging concerns. So the whole argument here lies with the evidence-based public policies. It is possible with the help of only the research. Look at Dr. Edward Deming's quote, without data you are just another person with an opinion. It won't help you to frame sustainable policies to deal with disaster concerns. So time to develop synergy between state, society, economy and development. You can't see things in isolation. It's time for us to interlink, not only in India, even the neighboring nations. Then we can achieve the sustainable development goals. Otherwise, it's not possible to look at even the concerns. So, like, keeping in view of the arguments and the concerns that we've discussed earlier, so what is the way forward? So I just consolidated 10 points here, like to deal with the disaster concerns in the neighboring nations. To begin with, need for coordinated systematic thinking and actions, both state and non-state actors, and also the academy. To build bridges to alternative knowledge systems to seek common solutions. Like learning from the best practices and another answer here. The benefit of good science for good policies, disaster policies, that need to be strengthened in these nations. Incorporation of the best of the available knowledge. It could be indigenous knowledge as well in these regions. Traditionally developed methods as well to develop and to learn from the best practices. Bridge the gap between scientific innovations and the problem solving. Need for more collaborative research should be an high priority areas of the states in these nations, because we need more data to look at the current concerns. Of course, political willingness to invest wisely in research for society, especially the disaster risk reduction. It's very, very minimal in these nations. Enhance multi-hazard early warning systems that can be transferred to the other states as well. Prioritizing public infrastructure and decentralizing resources and developing humanitarian assistance. I'm sure India is doing a great job these days. Whenever any disasters happens in the neighboring nations, India, first country extends the humanitarian assistance is India. Whether it's Sri Lanka or Bangladesh or any other neighboring nations. Therefore, that need to be strengthened in the other countries as well. So, the concluding point here in my presentation, the disasters in India and neighboring nations and the policy response, we can't see things in isolation. This is something like a blind man touching an elephant and describing what he touched. It has to be a holistic understanding. It has to be an integrated approach. It has to be a transdisciplinary approach to look at it. Therefore, it's a time for us to develop such kind of approach to deal with the disaster concerns in India and also the neighboring nations. So takeaways for researchers like you and me is the 4 takeaways at the end of my session. collaborating and networking, regional, national, and international. It's time for us to rethink our research strategies and our research team. Definitely it can contribute. Identification of funding sources across the regional, national, and the global. Preparation of joint funding applications as well as the publications plans. Joint research proposals preparations and the publications. Yes, we need more data sets to develop the disaster policies in India as well as the neighboring nations. With that, let me thank the entire team at St. Joseph's College for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative and inspiring presentation. Your valuable insights into India's neighborhood disaster risk reduction policy, its challenges, and the way forward have greatly enriched our understanding of this important subject. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I express our sincere gratitude for your valuable time and for sharing your expertise with us. We shall now move on to the question and answer session. Participants who wish to ask a question are requested to kindly raise their hands. Please introduce yourself before asking your question, and we request that your question be concise and relevant to the session. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable presentation, and thank you to all the participants for your cooperation.
Thank you everyone.
Now let's move on to the next session. So it is panel discussion. Before starting the panel discussion, I would like to invite 4 people Reverend Dr. Anthony Manuel CMI, Dr. S. Joseph Xavier, Dr. P. Bastin Arokiraj, and Dr. M. Swekin. நாலுமே ஒன்றாவே எடுத்து வச்சிடுங்கல்ல. Now let's move on towards honoring our guest. I request Dr. S. Aruldas sir to honor our guest, Reverend Dr. Anthony Manuel, with a memento. No. I request Dr. S. Aruldas to honor our guest with a shawl. Now let's honor Dr. S. Joseph Xavier with a shawl. Let's honor I request V. Bastin Jerome sir to give memento to Reverend Dr. Anthony Manuel. I request Dr. S. Aruldas to give shawl to Dr. S. Joseph Xavier. I request Dr. V. Bastin Jerome to produce the memento to Dr. S. Joseph Xavier. I request Dr. S. Aruldas to give the ceremonial shawl to Dr. P. Bastin Arokiraj. I request Dr. V. Bastin Jerome to give the ceremonial memento to Dr. P. Bastin Arokiraj. Let's give a big round of applause. I request Dr. S. Aruldas to give the ceremonial shawl to Dr. M. Swekin. I also request Dr. V. Bastin Jerome to produce the ceremonial memento to Dr. M. Swekin. Thank you, dignitaries. Please be seated. Now I take pride and privilege to call Dr. P. Bastin Arokiraj, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai, to start his discussion on the topic, India's Foreign Policy from Neighborhood to Global Leadership. The dais is yours, sir.
Hello. So good afternoon to one and all present here. Before I start my presentation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to wonderful teachers who are on the stage here. So the first sincere thanks to Dr. Joseph Xavier, and he is an outstanding professor as well as a great and researcher, as well as that he is a student-friendly mentor. So as well as sir, it's a great honor and privilege to with your present. So your esteemed presence, thank you sir for your consent support as well as that your guidance and inspiration. Another one more teachers also here, I express sincere gratitude to Dr. Swakin, so head the Department of Commerce, so he's a professor, Department of Economics, so he's a professor as well as his assistant director when I was staying in hostel, Bellarmine hostel, and then Sacred Heart hostel. So the sir is a kind encouragement, support, especially for students in my economically weaker section, as well as with contribute their lot. So thank you sir, so always believing in you. So now, so with your permission, let me begin my presentation. Now, so my topic is India is a foreign policy from neighborhood to global leadership. So whatever I am going to present, all the things are going to be converted into the slide. Yeah. So now before I start that, just a small question. So how has the India grown from the developing country after the independence, so to become one of the world's most respected nation today? So everybody should be know that the answer is called the foreign policy. So Indian foreign policy not only about the protecting our interests today, but it's also about the building the peace, friendship, and then economic growth and global leadership. That is the impact here. So India has a diplomatic relationship more than 190 countries. It shows that the relationship, especially for the friendship across the world. And another one more, India has 219 embassies and commissions and consultants, which helps that Indian citizen and strengthen their international relationship also. Now, so now is all of you know that yesterday also one of the resource persons said this one. So the India is the 5th largest economy in the world, right? So with a GDP of 4.2 trillion US dollar. What shows this the report? So it is a global economic power, right? So now another one more thing. So India has 17.8% of the world population, which means 1 out of every 6 people. 1 out of every 6 people in the world is Indian, giving India is a strong global voice. So what the report clearly shows that India has the, from a regional, national respect to that global leader. Now, so the neighborhood, the first policy. So India is a neighborhood first policy, strengthen their political, economic, security and cultural, the relationship with neighboring country such as Bangladesh, Bhutan and the Nepal, Afghanistan and Myanmar, Maldives and Sri Lanka. So India is also shared here more than 15,000 kilometers of the land border with 6 neighboring countries. At the same time, India has invested more than 15 billion US dollar, so it's especially for development projects like power and then digital transmission and railway. So these are also the India is going to be contribute this one. Next, India is also supply that electricity also, especially for their Bangladesh, Nepal and Bhutan. So the Bhutan is also one of the countries or major recipient of their benefits from an Indian government. So here they improved that regional and energy security. So all of you know that during the 2022 Sri Lankan economic crisis, so India is also going to be support for around 4 billion American dollar. So this is also that the strong neighborhood create that strong India. So the trust, cooperation, share the progress, India build a peaceful region and the powerful of their future. So India is not only supporting that neighbor, also Act East policy Indo-Pacific vision. So here, the future of the global. So the growth lies in the Indo-Fabric, and India intended to help and shape it. So especially for India, so Indo-Fabric accounts for about 60% of their world GDP. 60% of the world GDP. It's nearly 50% of the global trade passed through only Indo-Fabric region. And also in Asia, India is the fourth largest trading partner with trade existing $130 billion American dollar annually. So here the 90% of India trade by volume moves through only that sea. So India is supporting not only for the neighboring countries but other countries also. So especially Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Cambodia, and then for the Myanmar. So why they are supporting? So strengthening the relationship in the East, India is building their future of peace, prosperity and partnership, especially for our region and for that world. So India is also and the global of their south. So the highlighted here, so the true leadership means giving the voice to those who are often unheard. India is also support for, So India is also more than 125 countries participated in India's Global South initiatives. So it has provided development assistance more than 65 developing countries also. India should be nowadays supported, and thousands of the students from the developing nation receiving the scholarship from the India every year. Now, so India has become the one of the world leading providing affordable medicine to the developing country, especially during the COVID period. India should be, especially for vaccine Mirdri, the scheme. So India should be exported, giving the facilities for the more than 99 countries. So the global trade partners also. Now the India has there more than 200 countries and territories to do their trade. So especially for the total export, around $820 billion and imported for $915 billion. So what shows that here, the trade is not just about the goods and services. It's about the trust, opportunity and shared their future of that India. That's why India should be going to be exported for that information technology, parametrical and then engineering goods and petroleum product, chemical, textile. Now India is also going to be contribute that AI, innovation technology also nowadays, right? So this shows that it is an opportunity and share for the future of that in India. Now, so the global technology leader, India is also now is a technology also going to be concentrate on than here. So here, so India is also more than 1 lakh startups company and then 110 unicorn companies, and now, so you and me, we are also using that in UPI transaction. Now India, so 18 plus billion UPI transaction every month. At the same time, so India is also support that more than 50 countries for their UPI adopted strategies also, right? So IT export, India is also going to be concentrate on their every year IT supported, so more than 200 billion annually. So what shows the collaborated globally? Why? Because that India is also going to concentrate on AI, digital public infrastructure and semiconductor space technology also. So as we grow the stronger the home, we build the stronger bond abroad together, we create a better world for today and tomorrow. So India is also their global governance also. India is also going to be contribute that. So the G20 from the economic forum into the platform for inclusive global development. So the humanitarian diplomacy. So India is now supported not only for the trade related, but India is also going to be support for the humanitarian concept also. So India's diplomacy speaks not only through the negotiation, so but also through the act of humanity. So India is the first responder wherever anything should be happen in that world. So especially for disaster, pandemic, conflict through the medical aid, so disaster relief, evacuation operation, and then vaccine diplomacy. India is going to support for all the country. So these are the scheme I highlighted here: Vaccine Mitri, Operation Ganga, disaster relief mission, and humanitarian evacuation. So you know that already said, so India is supplied more than 301 million COVID vaccine doses to 99 countries under the scheme of Vaccine Mitri. So here India is also provided humanitarian assistance to more than 150 countries in recent year. Next. No. Yeah. So next, India is also going to contribute that economic diplomacy also. So India is annually estimated for the year FDI $9 billion American dollar for the year financial year 2025-26. So especially why that government, especially India, should be going to be concentrate on that economic diplomacy, create their job, attractive investment, and strengthen that national competitiveness. Next. So the challenges now, India is going to be facing that lot of challenges also. So especially in India, the global leadership is not a destination, it is a continuous balancing act. India is going to facing the challenges, border tension, strategic competition among that major power, maritime security, and then cyber security, energy, climate, and then reform of global institutions also. So India must balance their strategic autonomy while engaging their diverse partner in increasing complex and international environmental. Yeah. So wherever Indians go, India stands with them. So that's called that Indian diaspora product. So wherever Indians go, so India stands with them. So now more than 35 millions of people Indian origin lives across that world. They are also going to be contribute to India for the, especially for the development of their business, education, healthcare, and then research and development and technology also. So India is also received that more than $125 billion annually. Its remittance from the working from in abroad. So India is one of the highest remittance receiving country in the world. So why the government should do this one? So because that protecting the welfare of overseas Indian is an important responsibility of the Indian foreign policy. So therefore, no matter wherever Indians lives, India stands with them. So the future of that Indian foreign policy, so future of that. So India has the world's largest populations, you know that. So 1.4 plus billions for the Indian population, so world largest population, so one of the youngest population in the world. It shows that more than 65% of the person, so below the age group of 35. So demographic advantages, attracting more investment and manufacturing and innovation concepts also. And then India is going to concentrate on their global trust. So India has prepared the partner for the world. That's why, especially for many global companies, they invested in India. They expanding in India for its skilled workforce and large consumer market. Especially nowadays, for the past few years, most of the multinational companies come and started the business in India, especially exclusively in Tamil Nadu also. So especially for an Apple, Google, Microsoft, Samsung, they started their business because because only the reason is the largest population. India is a strength, its people. Today is the most populous nation. Tomorrow it will be the most powerful nation in that world. So the green energy, previous slide. One more. Yeah. So next, digital diplomacy. So one more future of the next future, digital diplomacy. So we connect, we collaborate, we create that impact in that society through that digital diplomacy, not just in a tool. It's an India's voice for the better world. So that's why India is going to be used for the AI, social media and digital platform and data analytics. So you know that during the emergency and the crisis period, Indian embassies now rescues the citizen through with the help of Twitter, WhatsApp, digital portal and AI-based things. So therefore, Indian process over 18 million UPI transactions. Though India is also going to concentrate on that, the digital. So one more, next one. Yeah. So next, the artificial intelligence and governance. So India is also they going to be concentrate on that artificial intelligence also. India is becoming the new sources of the nation power. India is also going to be invested in the AI marketing. So $17 billion by in the year 2020. And then AI also going to be cloud contribute that nearly so 500 billion of India's economy by 2030. Right? So India has one of the largest AI talent pool. Nowadays, most of the companies, they are going to be recruited the employee with the help of AI tracking system. Nowadays, India is also will do that. Next, so why there's a next global race? No longer for oil and gold. It's for the AI and semiconductor technology and digital leadership. So one more thing, India is a strong belief that so AI should benefit humanity. AI should benefit humanity, not replace that humanity. If you know the AI, definitely do survey in that society. So India is also going to concentrate on that and green energy leadership also and blue economy. Right? So India has that 16 kilometer coastal line, 1,380 to Iceland fair. So 95% of that India's international trade move through only through that sea. The goods should be moved from that sea. So that's why India is also going to concentrate on that, the blue economy also. So space diplomacy also India is going to be concentrate now. So India is reaching the beyond the border, inspiring that world. Next. So the climate resilience also. So the next, the Indian government, so also the future of the global leadership will belongs to nation that protect not only their border but also the plant. So India aims to achieve net zero emission by 2070. So highlighted here. And finally, the UN Security Council reform also, India is also in the support done. The world that has changed dramatically since 1945, that deserve the Security Council that reflect the realities of the 21st century. So here, the India has contributed the 290,000 peacekeepers to 50 plus UN peacekeeping mission, making it one of the largest contribution in UN history. So India is a voice of the global governance. It's not a matter of aspiration. It's a reflection to its contribution, credibility and growing that leadership. So finally, so the future belongs to nation to combine economic growth, technology, innovation and good responsible leadership. So the India aims to lead in digital diplomacy, AI, renewable energy, space, cooperations, semiconductor, manufacturing and climate action while continuing advocate for that reform for global institution. So now India seeks not only to become a global power but also a global partner committed to peace, sustainability and inclusive development of that nation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. We truly appreciate the knowledge and experience you have shared with us. The next on the podium, we have Reverend Dr. Anthony Manuel CMI, Joint Director, Amala Institute of Medical Science, to give us insight on the topic, India's Foreign Policy Vision 2030, Opportunities and Challenges.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy and privileged to be part of this seminar session in front of my guru, Dr. Bastian Jerome, and Dr. And all the dignitaries of today's dais. My topic is Diplomacy 2030. I am working in an hospital in Thrissur, situated in Kerala. I am very much part of the healing ministry. Healing ministry means doctors are diagnosing the diseases through the medical testing and all, and they will give the treatment or surgery or giving medicines and heal the community. So I think we have a concept in our India's tradition that is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. Globally, we can think it as a single home concept. In this Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, as we know that today's world is disturbing with lot of disturbance like war, natural calamities, and some kind of poverty. Some evil things are going through in our world. So we have Indians, we have a great role for healing these inequalities and all things of evil efforts from this world. That already mentioned, Dr. Bastian sir already mentioned about the diplomacy of our leadership. So I would like to point out certain limits of today's world. Geopolitical border. Last day I read in a newspaper that Ghana is affected war. Ghana is now, all things are destroyed. We have to reset Ghana. It will take 140 years of time to rebuild Ghana. And the next thing, environmental and resources. As you know, Japan is one of the greatest IT developed, technological developed country. But even though as a developed country, some sort of natural disasters will affect or affected Japan's economy. And socio-economic evil is there. As you know that South Sudan, their poverty rate is 87%. In South Sudan, Hungary rate is 56%. So there is a poverty evil is existing there. Finally, technological and biological evils. That is, Kenya and African countries are having some sort of health security threats and unchecked tech challenges. In these areas, India has a big role to address these evil powers, and healing ministry should be implemented those areas. And we can going to check about the strategic diplomacy that is already going on today's world, and healing diplomacy. The primary objective of the strategic diplomacy is projection of military and economic dominance. But in the case of healing diplomacy, we are reducing inequalities and building the peaceful global order. How can it work in a strategic diplomacy? It is transactional agreements, power politics, and weaponization. But in healing diplomacy, coming to the healing diplomacy, leveraging civilizational heritage, democratical values, and moral leadership. Then in strategic diplomacy, territorial defense and border security is important factors. Coming to the healing diplomacy, human-centered development and health, peace, security. In strategic diplomacy, I and you is there, but healing diplomacy, we concept is projecting. That is called Vasudeva Kudumbakam. I would like to point out the word heal. It is indicated, H stands for human-centered diplomacy. E stands for economic and ethical partnership. A stands for Asian and global South leadership. L stands for life, health, and peace, security. Coming to the human-centered diplomacy, we know that India, other countries are suffering through wars, poverty, and international conflicts and displacement, etc. How can we address India as a leader? How to address these human-centered diplomacy? Women empowerment, youth development, protection of migrants, humanitarian assistance. Then it will increasing the education, safe migration, and health rights. And next one is E, economic and ethical partnership. How can we provide economic and ethical partnership? Through digital economy, as Dr. Bastin already mentioned about the artificial intelligence. It is, Indians are very much cheap in our service sector. So we can provide our service sector assistance to third world countries to help them and improve them in economic and ethical partnership. India, next letter is A. India is a Asian and global South leadership. India has a power to influence other countries, to help other countries through their diplomatic leadership. We can address some inequalities through development inequality settled through capacity building, then debt burden through digital public infrastructure, and health insecurity through pharmaceutical assistance, and technological backwardness addressed to educational scholarship, etc. Finally, the heal word consists letter L, life, health, and peace, security. Expand the security envelope through human life, certain climatical condition, and medicine, disaster, pre-preparedness, and well-being of human beings. Then, 2030, geopolitical landscape, catalyst versus pressures. India's catalyst as a strength of India is demographic dividend and youth power. India's working population is very high, and India's digital and IT capabilities, healthcare and pharmaceutical capabilities, democratic tradition and cultural influences. Then what kind of pressure or challenges which we faced through India's act? Some border security, as we know that we are very tensed in our border security. Terrorist attacks are going on in India. Political instability in certain states. Energy, food, and certain climate crises are there. Technological dependency. Even though India is cheap labor in technology, certain area India is depend other countries for the technological assistance. Even though these challenges are present, India can overcome these challenges, and India can act as a diplomatical leader in the global level. Finally, in 2030, the true measure of India's foreign policy success will not be merely how powerful the nation has become, but how far India is able to heal the world, empower the nations, and lead the humanity towards peace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. Now, I would like to invite Dr. M. Swekin, Head and Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of Economics, St. Joseph's College, to present his insights on the topic, India's Free Trade Agreements and Evolving International Trade Policy.
Good afternoon to you all. Yeah, thank you. I think everybody is so tired. Yes. But physically you are tired, mentally you are having eager to learn many things. Therefore I appreciate you, because speaking here is easy, but sitting and listening is difficult. Because, therefore within 10 minutes I'll share my points with you. It's coming. First of all, respected Chairperson, Dr. Joseph Xavier, respected panel members, Dr. Bastian Arekaraj and Reverend Father Manuel, and respected convener, Dr. V. Bastian Jerome, and respected organizing secretary, Dr. Arul Das. First of all, I thank the Commerce Department, particularly the convener, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. We have a guru, Dr. Joseph Xavier. He was the mentor, he was guiding a lot to us. Whenever we have any issue, we approach him. Therefore, in front of him, I am going to speak certain things with you. Dear participants, these 2 days, you are getting something. Today, I am going to add something to you. You know, these free trade agreements, we are going to discuss the topic, how it evolves in India, in international policy. Dear participants, I am asking one question to you. All of us, we know LPG, that is liquefied petroleum gas. What is one more LPG? In economics or commerce? Liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Before that, the LPG came into existence in 1991, after the India's economic reforms. India has taken effort to open our economy. That time this LPG came. Before that, we had a lot of restriction. Before 1991, we had a lot of restriction to do business India and to the world. India with other countries, we had a lot of restrictions. Okay? Then after 1991, we have opened our economy. A lot of problems solved after that. Though we have a lot of problems we faced after 1991, after the opening the economy. Okay, after 1991, we have, everybody is getting food now, no? That is because of these new economic reforms, that is free trade agreements. Now we are moving to discuss about the topic. Start with the, next. Yeah. Is it okay? What is free trade agreements? Free trade agreements is nothing but we are doing trade between one country to many other countries. For that we are having some agreement. What are we going to do? In goods, services and both. But here we have this agreement between two or more countries. Agreement between two or more countries is called free trade. Aims to reduce or eliminate trade barriers. We have a lot of barriers, trade barriers in our country with other countries. Okay, it is this agreement, it is removing this trade block or trade problems, that reduce or eliminate trade barriers through mutual negotiations. This free trade agreement promotes trade, investment and economic cooperation. But these are the areas: trade in goods, tariff. Tariff is nothing but the tax which we are paying in India, like that when we import or export any goods and services with other countries, the tariff is imposed. Tariff, reduction and elimination, rules of origin, technical barriers to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, trade remedies. These are all the areas which is related to trade in goods. And trade in services, we have market access, modes of supply, domestic regulation. And comprehensive free trade agreements also include in investment, intellectual property rights, competition policy, government procurement, digital and e-commerce provisions. Then WTO classification of trade agreements. You know that in WTO, World Trade Organization, started in the year 1995. Before that it was called GATT. Okay, uses the term regional trade agreements. Instead of free trade agreements, they are called it as regional trade agreements to describe FTAs, types of trade agreements, bilateral, plurilateral and multilateral. The trade agreements are bilateral, that is only two countries, within two countries; plurilateral, that is many countries, agreement among multiple countries; then multilateral, agreement involving many countries, mainly under the WTO establishing global trade rules. So there are three kinds of agreements we have in free trade. They are the bilateral, plurilateral and multilateral. WTO agreement statistics according to 2024, 373 trade agreements in force. That means it is in functioning, it is in existence. 613 trade agreement notifications submitted to the WTO. Every WTO member participates in at least one trade agreement. If India is a member, therefore India is having a lot of agreements, lot of free trade agreements, India with many other countries. Then we have classification of trade agreements. What kind of trade agreements we have in India with other countries? This PTA is preferential trade agreements, FTA is free trade agreements, CCA is a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. Then we have customs union, common market, economic union. All of us we know this European euro dollar, which is consists of 28 countries. These customs union, common market, economic union, everything is followed by European countries. Euro. You know that these PTA is the smaller one, FTA is the larger, then CCA, customs union, common market, economic market. These are all the 6 kinds of agreements between our country to many other countries. Significance of free trade agreements. Why we have these free trade agreements? Why we need these free trade agreements? These are the things. Efficient resource allocation. Whatever the resources which is having with us, we are allocating with the other countries through this agreement. That is efficient resource allocation. Countries specialize in producing goods where they have a comparative advantage and import scarce products. So India is having a lot of land and also population. Therefore, most of the countries are coming here to do business in our country because of these land resources, natural resources. India is having more natural resources, more human resources. That's why people are coming here to do business in our country. This higher trade and production increases production, consumption and trade goods at lower cost. Economic growth integrates domestic production with global markets, boosting GDP and competitiveness. Supply chain diversification, support for MSMEs. These are the reasons why we are doing these free trade agreements with other countries. Then technology access. Everybody is having mobile phone now. Recently our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given one information with us. That is, India is the second largest country is producing more mobile phones. Mobile phones produce, second largest country producing more number of mobile phones, that is India. Because we are all having more semiconductor. Therefore, here technology access, consumer benefits, stronger bilateral relations, boost to FDI, greater market competition. These are the significance of, importance of these free trade agreements. Then concerns about free trade agreements. What are the concerns we have? What are the anxiety we have in free trade agreements? Trade diversion. Trade diversion. Instead of, most of the, one more thing I want to ask with you, free trade versus protectionism. Free trade versus protectionism. What is protectionism? We were not allowing any product to produce other countries. We may not export certain goods from our country to other countries is called protectionism. And also we may not allow any country to produce certain goods, some of the goods in our country. That is called protectionism. But protectionism is, we followed to protect infant industry argument. Infant industry argument. For protecting infant industry, we have followed this protectionism policy. But there are a lot of difficulties to face the financial crunch in our country. That's why we opened our economy. We had more free trade agreements, our country to other countries. Nowadays we are not allowing, we are not following this protectionism policy in our country. This trade diversion, intellectual property risk, then loss of this loss of government revenue, exploitation of resources and labor, higher import dependence, pressure on domestic industries. These are all the concerns, these are the anxiety we are having when we go for these free trade agreements. Then these are all the countries we are having these free trade agreements. India has followed this kind of free trade agreements, India with many other countries. We are having 15 FTA. According to 2026 census, 26 data, we have 15 FTAs and 6 PTAs. We don't have any customs union, we don't have any other things. All the 6, out of 6, we are having 2. Out of 2, these India's free trade agreements are 15. India-Sri Lanka FTA, that is ISL FTA, that is started in 28 December 1998, 1st March 2000. It is effective from 1st March 2000. South Asian Free Trade Area SAFTA, it started from 2006. India-Bhutan Agreement from 2017 onwards. India-Thailand Early Harvest Schemes, it is 1st September 2004. India-Singapore CECA, we have CECA. Up to 3 we have. CECA, that is 1st August 2005. AFTA, that is 1st July 2015. India-South Korea CPA, 1st January 2010. India-Japan CPA, that is 1st August 2011. India-Malaysia CCA, that is 1st July 2011. India-Mauritius CPA, 1st April 2021. India-Nepal Treaty of Trade, latest November 2023. India-UAE CEPA, 1st May 2022. India-Australia ECTA, 29 December 2022. India EFTA TIPA, 1st October 2025. India-Oman CPA, 1st June 2026. These are all the 15 FTA with us, India with many other countries. Then PTAs we have Mercosur. What is Mercosur? ME or CO, SU or anybody? It is a common market. It is a common market. We have southern common market like that. 6 countries are having this Mercosur. 6 countries. They are Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay. These are all the countries having this agreement with Mercosur, through this Mercosur. But this first PTA is in the year 1st January 2021, Mongolia joined in 1st January 1975 onwards. Global System of Trade Preferences, 13 April 1988. Then India-Afghanistan PTA, March 2003. India-Mercosur PTA, 25 January 2024. India-Chile PTA, 8 March 2006. SAARC Preferential Trading Arrangement, that is 11 April 1993. These are all the PTAs with India. India with other countries, preferential trade agreements. Then what are the key features? Because of this PTA and FTA, we are having these benefits. That is tariff reduction, market access, rules of origin and investment services. These are all the key features of FTA. Then what are the challenges associated with India's FTA? Rising trade deficit. You know that our trade deficit continuously increasing. Our exports reducing, imports are increasing. Because of that we have trade deficit. You know that because of this Iran war, we have these trades, the deficits increased more in our country. There is large external imbalance. We may not be able to settle the balance of payments with other countries because of this FTA. I told you earlier, this protectionism, because of the protectionism we secured some local companies, but now these multinational companies swallowed our business. Because of these are all the challenges we are facing for this Indian market, unequal market access, greater advantage to foreign exporters, low export utilization. These are all the challenges we are facing here in India. Then higher import utilization, higher input cost, manufacturing disadvantage, pressure on downstream industries, weakening Make in India, reduced competitiveness. Challenges associated with these free trade agreements. Reasons behind India's renewed emphasis on FTAs. Why we are doing this FTA? What are the reasons behind that? Diversification of export markets. So we can have plenty of markets. We are allowing a lot of people to do business in our country. Therefore, we are having all the international phones with us, all the international cars with us. That is because of this FTA. This integration with global value chains, boosting manufacturing competitiveness, attracting foreign direct investment. Professor Bastian already mentioned about this foreign direct $90 billion US dollar is earned by through this foreign direct investment. Then countering global protectionism, expanding services trade, supply chain resilience, strengthening strategic partnership, post-COVID supply chain reorganization. Reasons behind India's renewed emphasis on FTAs. Then what are the benefits through this FTA? We are getting, these are the benefits. Export growth. Our export is growing continuously. Even though our imports are increasing, our exports also increasing because of this FTA. Then FDI and investment, technology transfer, consumer benefits. Immediately we are getting all the goods. That is because of, through the Amazon, through the Flipkart, through the e-marketing, digital marketing, all the goods we are receiving now immediately. That is because of the free trade agreements. Because every good and wherever the goods are produced, we are getting immediately. We are getting the next day or we are getting 2-3 days. That is because of these free trade agreements. Consumer benefits, manufacturing competitiveness, strategic partnership. Then sectoral opportunities also more. Then we have a conclusion. India's renewed focus on FTAs goes beyond simply increasing trade volumes. It reflects an effort to adapt to a fragmented global economic environment. With growing geopolitical uncertainties and weakening multilateral institutions, FTAs are becoming instruments for strategic partnerships, supply chain resilience, and economic security. Going forward, India's trade policy will be shaped not only by economic gains, but also by broader strategic consideration. With this, I am going to conclude. Dear participants, once again, I thank for the opportunity given by the management, especially commerce management and the convener and the organizing secretaries. And also I thank the opportunity given by our chairperson, Dr. Joseph Xavier. Once again, I thank all of you for the patient listening. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your presentation has enlightened us with fresh perspectives and practical insights. Next on the podium, I would like to invite Dr. S. Joseph Xavier, Associate Professor and Head Department of Business Administration, Mary Martha College, to present on the topic Women, Peace and Security, India's Contribution to Global Conflict Resolution, and also to summarize the panel discussion.
Respected convener of the seminar, Dr. Boston Jerome, beloved organizing secretary, Dr. Arul Das, one of the senior professors in Loyola, Dr. Boston, Dr. Zoikin, head economics department, St. Joseph's College, Father Manuel, Doctor, the dignitaries of the days, Dr. Jagannath and Dr. Lakshmana Kumar, respected professors of various colleges, and my dear students. A pleasant good afternoon to all of you. My dear students, it's a very great opportunity today. You all may be knowing there are 3 types of skills: core skill, communication skill, and soft skill. Unless a student is very familiar, equipped in all the skills, he cannot prolong and pull on. Core skill is nothing but studying the subject and getting certificate. In addition to that, getting more certificate by doing same course like that, and all other things you know. My dear professors and students, today, within this 1 hour, you are learned the content of more than 4 certificate courses. The content of more than 4 certificate courses you have learned, because that much of content being delivered here. Amazing PPTs, explanatory PPTs, illustrative PPTs. Invariably, all the presenters have done a very best job. And I come to understand that in Boston Arakiraj sir slide, 1 slide contains more than the information of 10 slides in a crisp way, in a very illustrative way, very colorful, meaningful, methodical. Not only Boston Arakiraj sir slide, almost everybody's slide, Dr. Zoikin sir, everybody. Please understand, we do understand India is longing for peace, meant for peace. We are for getting friendship. We are for global leadership. And in a nutshell, I could say that we are 5th largest economy in the world. See, imagine. That means we can do the best, still more. And we are having more than 17.8% of population, world population. That means that much human resource power we have. Likewise, we are the 4th largest trade in the world. From this we understand that we can still conquer in trade sector. And coming to the presentation of Father Dr. Anthony Manuel, very shortly he said, rightly he has chosen a right topic. Father Manuel, Anthony Manuel, is one of the important officials in Amala Medical College, Tiruchur. I have visited Amala Medical College 2 times. All those social evils are completely banned there. And they are doing really the very meaningful service. You know, the cost of one dosa is just 2 rupees only there. When I visited there, now it may be 5 rupees. Such a very, very cheap for all the patients they are giving. And he explained by putting the word short-term health word, H stands for human service, E stands for ethical, and so on. By 2030, we could easily win with our foreign trade policy a very good strategy with which we can win over all the evil powers. And coming to Dr. Swekin's presentation is very amazing. I was just recollecting all the points, whatever we studied in economics. Although some of the students may be commerce and other computer sciences, economics students may be very limited here. So it's a very great opportunity to understand the trade policy and so on. Free trade agreement, we understand the classification of trade agreements, the trade area, trade in goods, trade in services, comprehensive FTA, and we do understand there are 373 trade agreements in force. As I told you already, we have acquired the knowledge of the content of not less than 4 certificate courses, which is also a core skill. I pointed out, unless you are very familiar with the core skill is nothing but our subject knowledge with the related subject knowledge. Then communication skill, then soft skill. So we have to thank Dr. Basinjaro, the convener, because within these 2 days, the entire subjects what we have to study in 1 year through a particular degree course, he strived like anything to compress everything, condense everything, and methodically has given with the rightly choosing the various right, meaningful, resourceful resource persons. Now coming to the heading, what I need to share. My dear students, after my delivery of this particular lecture here, you all must understand 4 points. Number 1, how India is having the very good foundation for peace and security. Foundation for peace and security. Second point, what level we have achieved and joined with UN in keeping the force for peace. That means India's role in peacekeeping. Second point. Third one, what sort of domestic reforms we have made with the Indian population in collaboration with United Nations. And fourth one is how we are best to have the diplomacy in mediation. These 4 points we must understand. There is one, next slide. People say there can be no sustainable peace without full, equal and meaningful participation of women. More than that, peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, equality and opportunity. Of course, when there is no justice, truly there will be a war. Truly there will be an agitation. It is not an agitation given by the terrorist. It is a revolution, people revolution. When we don't want some sort of revolution, that means there must be justice, equality, and opportunity. Thereby, we can retain, maintain, update the peace. You may be looking at the history, lot number of people, men and women, fought for the peace. That means, in other words, they fought for the justice and equality. In the ancient days, during the Vedic period and all, in the net it is given, women enjoyed lot of high status, but not every woman. Some of the women who were belonging to the priesthood community or prince community or prince family. For example, Gargi and Maitreyi. These two women were enjoying a lot and they showed a role to everybody. But unfortunately, during later Vedic period, there was a very great amount of decline in the women's status. What happened? The property of father should be the property of the son. It is automatic. It is called patriarchal practices. It is given there. Patriarchal practices. That means father's property must go to the son only, nothing more than that. During the medieval period, you all may be knowing that child marriage was very much hectic, sati, all such things made the people to look at the scenario. There were less number of opportunity given for the women. Even during the colonial period, British colonial period, it was so. Therefore, Rajaram Mohan Rai and Jyotirao Phule, Savitribai Phule, all those people united together, then and there, they fought for the abolition of sati and widow remarriage. They fought for the widow remarriage and women's education. Slowly, the changes were taking places. During the freedom movement, there were greater political awareness and leadership. Now, after the independence, even up to now, we have a development with constitutional equality, legal reforms, and thereby we emphasize women-led development. All such things I will explain now. I told that 4 points you must understand. Now, wait. Now, coming to the ancient period. See, property was owned by the father only, and even the child property, male child property, father is the guardian. Then education was given only for the elite people. In abroad, I say. Then public life, no women members are permitted to mingle in public life. Only child marriage took place. Polygamy common. What do you mean by polygamy? Getting married with 3-4 girls. We can marry 3-4 women. It was quite common in those days, even in abroad. But slowly the things are changed. Even in the industry side, 1/2 of the wages given to the man, given to the women. That means 1,000 rupees is received by man, means only 500 will be given to the female. Then women have to work for more than 14 hours, 12 to 14 hours. And there is no maternity leave. And there is no legal right for the women. Women cannot vote in some of the countries. And education, even in Oxford and Cambridge University, women were not allowed to study till 1800. Then, now what's the reason now? What we have to do? We have to pave the foundation. What is the foundation? We should make the women to participate in everything. We should protect the women, and we should prevent any conflict that are affecting the women. And we should have a rehabilitation work with which we can have a greater relief and recovery for the women. And these are the 4 pillars. These are the 4 pillars. Next, sir. These are the 4 pillars for the women. I told you, now this is the foundation. You must understand how India is contributing to be the foundation for the promotion of women candidate. Make them participating, giving them protection, and giving them preventing anything for the sake of the women, and reconstruction, rehabilitation of all the work. These are the 4 things. Next, sir. These are the legal measures went on. Protection of, these are the articles. Article 14, please. 14, 15, all these things are meant for this. These are the foundation made by India. Please understand, in India, one supreme thing went on. The Article 15B says that anything, anytime, for the sake of women, we can amend the law for the promotion of the women. That is Article 15B. Earlier 15B was not there. 15B was included after knowing the importance of promoting the women. These are the constitutional measures. Then legislative measures were also next. These are the various laws in 2005, 13, 13, 6, amended in 17, even maternity benefit acts. You all can read. These are the various recent acts passed in favor of women. And what are the various government schemes? One minute, sir. Next one. These are the various government schemes. See, Peta Bacho and Peta Pado is meant for avoiding the discrimination, promoting education and welfare for the girls. And Mission Shakti is meant for safety and security, legal assistance, skill development, economic empowerment, social inclusion. And one-stop centers, Shakti centers are there for giving medical assistance, legal aid, police support, and psychological counseling, temporary shelter. Similarly, Nirbhaya Fund is also there to fund the projects like CCTV surveillance, then women helplines promoting self-defense programs, and so on. Likewise, Suganya, Ujala, then Pradhan Mantri scheme, Stand Up India scheme, Pradhan Mantri Mudra scheme, all these schemes were there in all over the country for promoting the welfare of the women only. Previous, sir. These are the various scenario of the evolution of women, peace, security. In 1945, the charter promoted equality first time. This charter promotes reaffirmed faith in fundamental human rights. And this particular charter recognized the equal right of men and women. This charter promoted equality without discrimination. And also, we can find the principle of international peace and security provisions in this particular charter. The next one, Universal, 1 minute, sir. Previous. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is, promulgated in the year 1948. The key area is, it is declared that all the human beings are born free and equal in dignity and right. This particular declaration guaranteed equality, and this particular declaration prohibited discrimination based on sex. Then it also recognized the women's equal entitlement to civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. Likewise, there is another important, this one, in the evolution part, 1979, it is called Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. There was a convention took place. Anything against women, it should be immediately addressed. That is the particular focus in this particular year took place with a platform called Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. This bill is called International Bill for Rights for Women. International Bill for Rights for Women. It promoted participation in political and public life, and it encourages education, employment and health care for every woman, and it only eliminated greater gender inequality, and it prohibits, this particular thing prohibits discrimination against women in all the area of life. Then 1995 also Beijing platform took place. In 2000 UN Security Council resolution also passed. This 2000, this resolution is an important resolution. All these are platform only. All these things are platform only. 1325 resolution is important resolution, took place in the year 2000. Based upon this resolution only, even now, all the reforms are taking place. Now, in addition to that, additional UN Security Council resolution also passed between the year 2018 to 2019. 2008 to 2019. The focus is removing all the conflict, preventing all the conflict, and ending all the crime against the women, ending all the crimes against the women, and promoting the women's leadership and so on. Now, coming to the major UNSC resolutions, you please have a look at this. These are the platforms. Okay, next. Now, I told you, no, in the year 2000, there was a resolution passed. The resolution name is called UNSCR 1325. What it actually says, these are the 4 points. Number 1, it is formally acknowledging the disproportionate impact of armed conflict on women and girls. First time. The second one is women's representation in all the decision-making levels must be made. Conflict must be completely removed. Then, it only protected the women and girls from gender-based violences. Then, there was a request made through this particular thing, resolution, to expand the women role in UN field of operation. Now, next sir. Now, first phase is over. Foundation phase is over. Now, how India in UN peacekeeping? Next. I just cut short everything. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Please try to understand. Hansa Mehta is a woman from Gujarat. This woman was called, she was a vice chancellor in SNDT University, Women University, Mumbai. He was moving with Sarojini Naidu during the freedom movement time. This particular madam was very powerful. She was very much particular in getting equality for the women. What happened? She was called for a meeting. And in that particular meeting, there was a declaration passed. What was the declaration? Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Please, could you please show that? No, not previous one, sir. Previous one, sir. Previous one, sir. Please see 2000 UNSCR 1325 established the WPS agenda. This particular resolution was passed in 1948. Universal Declaration of Human Rights also passed. These two things are very important. When they were passing, when they were passing 1948 declaration, this madam, Hansa Mehta was invited as a guest. And she was very much seriously listening. The statement was given. In the statement, the original draft read like this: all men are born free. All men are born free. When the declaration was passing, the sentence is all men are free. Immediately this madam intervened. Why are you putting all men are free? What happened to women? You put all human beings are free. Like that, this particular Vice Chancellor intervened first time and made an alteration in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Then, this is the, not next one, sir. Domestic reforms. I just read through. What are the various other peacekeeping missions involved here? Number one, military personnel, police personnel, medical team, engineering team, humanitarian assistance, civilian protection. There are a lot of major missions also, Congo, South Sudan, Lebanon, Sudan, Syria, Libya, Cambodia, and Somalia. All people, all these things we joined together with all this country and fought for the conflict against the women, and we prevented. Coming to the previous one, sir. Previous one, sir. Right. Now domestic, the third one. Next year. World's first all-female formed police unit. This is the first time in the year 2007 we deployed in a particular police force. Everybody is a woman. Understand? It's the content. In the world level, in a particular police force, everybody is a woman. And they are meant for protecting the civil life. Next one, sir. And Liberia FPU's community footprint also. They are meant for looking after the foreign affairs. For VIP securities, women are employed because of this particular Liberia FPU's community footprint. Next one, sir. Female engagement also there. Next one. Secretary, Ministry of Defense. See, there was a clash between the government and the Madam Babidia, and the court, they were saying women are not permitted to do that particular thing. There was a case filed by Babidia Madam, and she won, and she was able to prove that women are equally competent, and thereafter there was a great alteration took place in the constitution also. Then diplomacy, for anything and everything, women are expected, women are invited for doing all the mediation, multilateral leadership. Next one, sir. And what are they? They are the first Indian Air Force fighter pilots, and women were at the National Defense Academy. Earlier there was only, there was a permanent commissioned officer, but now there is a permanent commissioned officer among the ladies also. Next one. And Modi, first time, because of more participation by the women, our Prime Minister Modi was invited to be the chairman, and he was able to chair the particular position for 2 terms. Next one. Even the women who are at the lower level, they are also the instrument for promoting all the liberty. Say for example, Naga Mothers. There was all the women joined together and they were making a very big rally, and they met the Naga people and they were able to solve the problem of the Naga then. Now India's vision is this. We are not for India aims to transform women from beneficiaries of development. Let us not be the beneficiaries simply. Let us be the architect of peace and global governance. That is why India's contribution to women, peace and security is unique, because it does not view women merely as those who need protection, but as leaders capable of preventing conflicts, sustaining peace, driving development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful for your time and dedication. With that, we conclude the panel discussion. Thank you, dignitaries, for your valuable insights and paper presentation.
Sir, lunch 2:30.
After session,
2:40. Now we'll break for lunch. Before going for lunch, there are few announcements. The participants who have registered today, please give your name and the paper you're presenting to the registration desk. And the people who have registered earlier, please check your topics in the registration desk. And the people who haven't yet received your kit, kindly get it. Now you can break for lunch. Please be present in the same venue by 2:45.
சீக்கிரம் போவோம், சாப்பிட போவோம். வாங்க, டைம் ஆகுது. வாங்க.
தேங்க்யூப்பா.
That's
So my mail and phone number is there.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. So we'll be in the conference also, sir. Okay. But during the month of November. Yeah, we conduct the conference. So we can invite. Sure, sir.
You are from which?
Yeah, I'm Arundas, organizing secretary of this conference.
Oh, here. Oh.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I thought Das is from northern India. So
No, sir.
Das, I think you also here. In Odisha, I am from Odisha. We have also Das. DAS. You are
DAS.
We have DASH, you have DAS, What
Take it up. Lunch. Lunch with.
செப்பேடுக்கு செப்பேடு மைக் ஆன்லைன்.
Hello, check.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
அங்கே போயிட்டு இதில் பேசுறது கேட்கல மறுபடியும் ஏய் ஏன்டா
போட போட இது கேக்கு
ஆ
இது நல்லா கேக்கு இந்த போட இது காக்காத போது
கேட்குது
இதெல்லாம் இது கேட்க மாட்டேங்குது கேட்க மாட்டேங்குதா திரும்ப பேச போடா
பேசுறேன் நான் என்ன பேச கேட்குதா பாரு செக் செக் ஹலோ செக் செக் ஹலோ 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 செக் செக் ஹலோ இல்லை ஹலோ செக் செக் ஹலோ ஹலோ முன்னாடியே வாட்ச்
Good afternoon, everyone. There are few announcements. People who are doing your paper presentation, kindly go to TV hall. I repeat, people who are doing your paper presentations, kindly go to TV hall. It is situated near the college canteen. Others remain seated. Only the people who are presenting papers should go to TV hall. The next session will start within few minutes, so kindly be seated and maintain silence.
Showers of blessings, this is the promise of love. There shall be seasons refreshing, sent from the Savior above. Showers of blessing, showers of blessing we need.
Hello, check.
Mercy drops round us are falling, but for the showers we
Hello.
need. Showers of blessing, showers of blessing we need. Mercy
product.
Worship His holy name. Sing like never before.
I need a break.
எங்க போயிட்ட? பாஸ் ஒன்னு தேடிட்டு இருக்காரு.
என் போஸ்ட் ஏன்
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नाम जन अधिनायक भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा
I request people seated on the back rows to occupy the front rows, please. People who are seated on the last rows, please occupy the front rows.
When I am weak,
People kindly maintain silence. The dignitaries are arriving. Every meaningful journey deserves a memorable conclusion, and every successful conference deserves a celebration of its achievements. A warm and cordial welcome to our respected fathers, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, honored guests, researchers, scholars, participants, and dear students. Let us begin this valedictory ceremony by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the prayer song followed by Tamil Thai Vaalthu.
You are my strength when I am weak. You are the treasure that I seek in my own love. Seeking you as a precious jewel. Lord, to give up I'd be a fool. You are my all. Taking my sin, my cross, my shame, rising again, I bless your name. You are my only love. When I fall down, you pick me up. When I am dry, you fill my cup. You are my only love. Jesus, Lamb of God, worthy is your name. Jesus, Lamb of God, worthy is
நீராடும் கடலுடுத்த நிலவரந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராடும் மதனமென திகழ்வரதர் கண்டனில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழவை திறந்து என்று செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. A warm welcome creates the perfect beginning for every memorable occasion. To welcome the gathering, I invite Dr. S. Aruldas, Organizing Secretary, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good evening to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory function of the ICWA sponsored national conference organized by Department of Commerce, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. As we ended this wonderful 2 days event, it is an honor to welcome the leaders of our institution. First, I extend a warm welcome to our respected Principal Reverend Dr. K. R.A.K.M. S.J. Father is a man of simplicity, an excellent educator, a great researcher, and a talented writer. Most of all, he is a kind of human being. who truly follows the footsteps of St. Ignatius Loyola. Welcome, Father. I also warmly welcome our Vice Principal, Reverend Dr. S. Arunali, SJ. Excellent leadership, friendly nature, and an expertise in the field of computer science. He is always a great support to our students. With folded hands and deep respect, I welcome you, Father. I wholeheartedly welcome our eminent speaker, Dr. Jagannathan, Professor from JNU Delhi, for this valedictory function. Welcome, sir. I warmly welcome our head of the department, Dr. G. John, our convener, Dr. V. Bastian Jerome, our distinguished faculty members, research scholars, student participants, and all the delegates gathered here today. Over the past 2 days, this conference has provided a wonderful opportunity to learn, exchange ideas, and engage in meaningful discussion. We are delegated these participants from various institutions. We are delighted the participants from various institutions have contributed actively and made this event a great success. Thank you all for your valuable presence and active participation. Your support and contribution have made this conference truly memorable. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to everyone and wish you all a pleasant and meaningful valedictory section. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words of welcome. Now, let's move on towards honoring our beloved dignitaries. I request Dr. S. Aruldas to present the ceremonial shawl to our guest, Dr. J. Jagannathan. A big round of applause, please. I request Dr. V. Bastian Jerome to present the memento to our guest. I request Dr. G. John to present memento to Reverend Father Principal. I also request Dr. V. Bastian Jerome to present memento to Reverend Father Vice Principal. Thank you, dignitaries. Please be seated. The true value of a conference lies not only in the knowledge gained, but in the inspiration it leaves behind. It is now my proud privilege to invite a respected principal, Reverend Dr. K. Arokam S.J., to deliver the valedictory address.
Dr. Jagannathan, Professor from JNU, Delhi. Dr. John, Head of the Department. Father Arunali, Vice Principal. Dr. Bastian Jerome, Convener of this National Conference. Dr. Aruldas, the Organizing Secretary of this conference. Dear professors and dear students, as we are entering into the valedictory address, these 2 days have been days of relaxing also for you. Surely the students from other colleges, you have come over here, met your own peer groups, and so thereby you exchanged your ideas. So in that way, it should have been a refreshing moment for you. And this is sponsored, Indian Council of World Affairs sponsored, funded program. So for this, Dr. Bastin Jerome and Dr. Aruldas made efforts to apply for it, and finally they are granted. So with this effort, this national conference is organized for you. The first day, yesterday when we started, you were reflecting on India foreign policies. As students of commerce, you should realize the importance of foreign policies, bilateral policies and foreign policies. Three themes were running through: neighbors, wider regions, and global changes. So in all these, we find how India is playing a major role for amplifying all these three important elements. For this, just to cite an example, I was in Kathmandu, Nepal for 2 years. So at that time, I came to know how India is playing a greater role for the development of Nepal also. We have, after independence, we have different sharing, water sharing. State-wise water sharing treaties are there. And similarly, we have exchange of electricity to the neighboring countries. India supplies electricity to Nepal. In turn, first Nepal gives water to India. 3 states are getting benefited: UP, Bihar, West Bengal. So in turn, India has to give electricity to Nepal. Because we get water from Nepal, therefore in turn we have to give electricity to Nepal. These are all foreign treaties and agreements are there. And neighboring countries, all we can find. Sri Lanka also, how India helps. China also helps, but India also helps. So in that way, we find foreign policies are becoming major factors for the development of not only the regional, but also the neighboring countries. So in that sense, India is playing a major role, and it has got foreign policies and wider regions like African countries, Arab countries, USA, European countries, and rest of the East Asian countries like Japan, Philippines, and so on. And we have global challenges in which you find climate change is a big concern for us. And regarding education, AI also is another breakthrough that we are facing now. Education field, how AI is getting in and how it is going every aspect of human life. So these are all challenges we find. Once from post office to Mannarpuram, I am talking about 85, 90s, even 90 till 95 also. 95 even we can say till 2000. How many people were walking, just walking, across the bridge? But now we can find no one walking. How things have improved. With bundle of luggage on their heads, they used to walk to catch buses from the other side. So in that way, how India is playing a major role for the development of not only the region but also the neighboring countries and so on. So in that sense, surely you would have enjoyed these 2 days. Keep all this in your learning process, so that when you become officials of the country or neighboring country or ambassadors to other countries, you really understand each country's need and thereby act on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring and encouraging valedictory address. Words of encouragement inspire minds and strengthen the spirit of learning. May I now invite Reverend Dr. S. Arulali S.J., Vice Principal of St. Joseph's College, to deliver the felicitation address.
Dear Mr. Jagannathan, the chief guest of this valedictory function, Reverend Father Orokiam, the principal, Dr. G. John, head of the Department of Commerce, and the organizing committee, Drs. Jerome and Arudas, and faculty members from Commerce Department, and participants from St. Joseph's and other institutions are present. Good evening. Good evening to you all. We are very happy that today national level conference comes to a close. How far you have learnt for last 2 days? You have listened to number of talks, number of presentations. There is a beautiful hymn in English, "No man can live as an island." Beautiful line. No man can live as an island. As a human being, I cannot live alone. Though I can depend on the other person, I can move my own independent. I can live on my own, at the same time I have to depend on others as a human being. As a family, every family depends on the other family on the street. Every village depends on other village. Every city, same wise. Every city depends on other city. Every town depends on other town. Every district, every state, every countries. We can enumerating like this and we can go on doing that one. So what way we have the dependency, in what way we are independent on our own. We cannot live alone with all our resources. Certainly we need to share. Though it is a give and take policy, we need to depend on others. We need to share with others. So the cordial relationship with not only the human beings, it is a must between two states, between two countries. You think of the neighboring states of ours, 3 important states, how far the cordial relationship is with us, how far we have a good relationship with other states. The present government says we need to have a very good rapport with the union government. So only then we can receive so many resources. So if you think of any country, the country needs to have a very cordial relationship with the other countries. Only then they can tap the resources, they can receive the resources, at the same time they can share. Only then the development is possible. So how far the relationship is there? If a good relationship is developed, certainly the benefit is more. And you are all students of commerce, how far the commerce plays, the commercial things that is being sold out or bought or whatever the term that you use, how far it is being beneficial for the development of its own nature. So today, after listening to so many talks and input session from various resource persons, what is your takeaway? What is the resource? What is the thought that you are taking home? That implies a lot. So as you are moving out of this institution for after 2-day presentations, 2-day conference, what have you learnt? That is more important. What are you going to give to your juniors, your seniors and your friends? Okay, after attending 2-day international conference, I have got this for my own family, for example. That's the way that we need to grow. That's the way we need to grow in our economy. So in a special way, I would like to extend a sincere gratitude to everyone who participated in this 2-day national conference, and the professors who organized and the professors who supported, in a special way to eminent persons here who guided you for last 2 days, not only last 2 days, from the start of the preparation till now. Dr. Jerome and Dr. Arudas, with the help of certainly Dr. G. John, the head of the Department of Commerce. So once again, I would like to sincerely recognize your hard work for the smooth and successful conduct of this today national conference. Wish you all the very best for your future. Certainly the future is waiting for your contribution to the society. Wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your valuable thoughts and blessings. Leadership and vision together shape institutions of excellence. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. G. John, Associate Professor and Head Department of Commerce, to deliver the felicitation address.
Age cannot wither her, nor the custom stale her infinite variety. Reverend Father Principal, Reverend Father Vice Principal, Dr. Arulwali, the chief guest of today's valedictory function, Dr. Jagannathan, the architects of today's conference, Dr. Bastian Churam and Dr. Arul Das, my colleagues in the departments of commerce and other departments, student friends, students of St. Joseph's and other colleges. Age cannot wither her, nor the custom stale her infinite variety. When Shakespeare said this, he referred to Cleopatra. But when I say this, it refers to St. Joseph's College. Marching ahead with 183 years of experience, carrying a bigger legacy, and the legacy created by the forefathers for the last 183 years are simply carried forward by individuals like Dr. Jerome and Dr. Arul Das. And that's why the legacy is still alive and the legacy is still on. To tell you one bit of historical information, in 1950s, as I told you during my welcome address yesterday, whenever the then Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, the architect of modern India, as a Prime Minister, whenever he had a doubt with respect to budget, with respect to economic policies and decisions, there is one person whom he always turned to. And that person was at St. Joseph's College, in the person of Father Jerome D'Souza. Whenever he wanted to take a decision about the economical aspects of India, he immediately used to phone up, call Father Jerome D'Souza and consult, and then he would take the decision. And that is the legacy that you are in and we are in, and that is the legacy carried forward by people like Jerome and Dr. Arul Das. And at this juncture, I would like to appreciate first the participants from other colleges for having stayed 2 days, enriching your knowledge, enlarging your vision, enlarging your horizon of a broader outlook about foreign policies. But for a singular reason, I would like to appreciate these two gentlemen. Of course, there are several reasons why I should be appreciating, but there is one particular individual, unique reason that I would like to appreciate Dr. Jerome and Dr. Arul Das is getting resource persons of this stature, of not just national importance, but international importance. You look at the resource persons, and those resource persons are highly educated, highly erudite, highly knowledgeable, and it's very hard to get them to St. Joseph's all the way from New Delhi, all the way from different parts of India. But because of the network that they have developed, because of the seriousness with which they do business, and for that simple reason, I would like to place on record, and I would like to appreciate the efforts taken by Dr. Jerome and Dr. Arul Das. Why can't you give a big round of applause to them? As Father Rector used to say, may your tribe multiply further and further so that the legacy of St. Joseph's College is carried on. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring and encouraging words. The greatest gift of every scholar is the wisdom they share with others. We are now honored to have Dr. J. Jagannathan, Associate Professor, Center for European Studies, to deliver his special address.
Revered Father Dr. Arogyam, the Principal of St. Joseph College, Revered Father Dr. S. Aruloli, the Vice Principal of St. Joseph College, Dr. G. John, the Head of the Commerce Department, St. Joseph College, Dr. V. Bastian Jerome, the Convener of this National Conference, and his colleague Dr. S. Aruldas, and students and scholars. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to join this national conference and to deliver this valedictory address. There are two reasons that why I'm so excited to be here in Trichy, where I have done my graduations from the same Bharatdasan University in physics. One is, it is an opportunity for me to take the India's foreign policy, making the foreign policy issues and challenges to the colleges like St. Joseph College. It is far away from Delhi. Generally, the foreign policies discussions happens only in the city, capital city. And the students who are, even students from this far may not have an idea about how foreign policies are made and why foreign policy is important, and also very limited knowledge about India's foreign policy. The very idea of this Indian Council of World Affairs organizing such event in the regional area, regional colleges, especially out of Delhi, is to sensitize students about the India's foreign policy challenges and the issues, so that the students would be aware of how India conducts its foreign policy. Now the question is, being a student of international relations, that is my area of expertise which I teach in Jawaharlal Nehru University, to also provide insights about the students, those who are not from this background, political science or IR background or international background. So in this regard, I'm indeed greatly, I would say, honored to be joining this national conference. And I really appreciate Dr. Bastian Jerome and Dr. Arul Das for thinking about applying for ICWA to organize such conferences, especially being situated in the Department of Commerce. You may ask that how does it relevant to the Commerce Department? Can anyone answer how foreign policy is relevant to the Commerce Department, your discipline, Commerce? Or whether it is relevant, whether it is important to understand or learn about the foreign policy. Can anyone answer this question? Why is foreign policy is important for commerce student? Any students?
Because of trade agreements.
Please, little bit louder.
Because of trade agreements.
Because of the trade agreements? You all might have not directly, we have been not impacted of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz in the last 2 months, since March, when the Israel attacked Iran and the Iran in return blocked the Strait of Hormuz, which handles almost 80% of the global trade routes. So every commerce, every trade come to a standstill. As a result, the government of India has to hike the petrol prices. The LPG was become suddenly, one day we realized that there is a shortage of gases. So somewhere is conflict is happening, where the two countries, which we have no idea about it, or with nothing to do our politics, they were fighting on issues which we don't least bothered about it. But we are all affected. why we are all affected. So the global politics is directly linked to our lives and livelihoods. I've given one example. Why the foreign policy is important and how our foreign policy in the last 2 months, just an assessment, a cursory assessment. I'm not going into detail of nitty-gritties of the foreign policy conduct, how we handle this crisis, how we responded to the crisis. That is an analysis. Whether we had a right approach or wrong approach, that is an analysis purely. But the impact is the mass, the majority of population, one of the largest population in the country, we are least affected. You see the neighboring countries, look at their economic situations, how they were affected. Forget about our neighboring countries. Look at Europe, how the European countries are suffering from the conflicts for the last 2 months because of the shortage of the gas, because of the disturbance in the global supply chain and the trade, and the European countries find it inability to tackle this and resolve this particular conflict. They were severely affected. They are affected in the sense we are least bothered about, because our day-to-day life was not disrupted. Maybe a mild disruption, petrol price may have gone up, maybe 2 or 3 rupees, which is we are used to it, whether it goes up or not, but it is maybe 1 or 2 days. Then after that we are used to that, whatever the petrol price. Rest of the time we fill the petrol, but we don't bother to check whether the price is biting you or not in your budget, whoever is that. The second is, it is not affecting your colleges, your classes. It's not affecting the jobs and the working people here. It has not affected the majority of the largest number of the people, despite the trade hindrances. And that is where the foreign policy played an important role. How in such a crisis, the foreign policy making establishment, here the government of India navigated through the crisis and secured its interests so that the crisis should not affect the large section of the population. If it has affected this large section of the population, then it will create a domestic political turbulence. Obviously, as a country like India, then there will be a crisis. Imagine if you have directly impacted by the conflict. So that is an important point, and how leadership plan or how they prioritize the foreign policy options, how they prioritize when to do what and when not to do things. And that's a very important thing. That is an art of diplomacy. So in a contemporary era, the foreign policy is a subject which is sort of it's very much relevant to even the field of technology, the computer science, even the field like arts. So it's directly affecting, especially the cutting across the disciplines to understand. So in JNU, we have a BE engineering courses, which 1 year they have to study the global international relations, international politics, in which they have to study the foreign policies. They have to study the energy politics, how energy security, how India secures its energy, what is the global energy market. So that's how they have to study. Now, coming back to the basic questions, I know that most of you are from commerce background. So what is foreign policy that we are talking about? There are 4 key determinants of foreign policies. One of the major one of the major determinants of the foreign policy is the domestic politics. How India's domestic politics that drives the India's external relationship or India's foreign policy. That is the first and foremost. Our revered father has mentioned the case of the Nepal, how India, Nepal, the trade-off. So India gives electricity to Nepal and we get water from Nepal, and out of that, 3 states are benefiting from that. So that is an example of the domestic politics. What if don't get water? Then there will be a domestic political issue, crisis in these 3 states, which our revered father has mentioned. So domestic politics is one of the key determinant. I can give an example of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu used to dictate or became one of the major determinant, major factor of India's foreign policy with Sri Lanka. So India's foreign policy to Sri Lanka, whether to support Tamils or whether to to secure the rights for the Tamils. It is determined by how the Chennai or the Tamil Nadu, the feelings and sentiments of the people of Tamil Nadu, that factor in the policies, so the domestic politics. The second is the system, the political system of the country. India is if it is a democratic system, it is a sort of a consensus-based the policies where the national interests come from the bottom. If it is a country like China, where it is a sort of an authoritarian country, so there the particular party, particular leadership which decides what should be the national interest for China and what should be the good for the people, the largest people. But in India, that is not the case. It is determined by the democratic, how the structures. You have the parliament, you have the independent bodies, judiciaries. So these are the system that determines. The third is important plays the structure. The structure is your diplomatic corps. I hope yesterday you had ambassador speech. Ambassador Tirumurthy had delivered your inaugural speech. So he belongs to the diplomatic corps, the career diplomats. That forms the structure. It's not like one fine day you see that everything is done by Prime Minister Modi, that foreign policy, because he visits all the places, frequently visits the countries and does the foreign policy. It is the structure which delivers it, whatever the objectives of the Prime Minister Modi or whoever is the Prime Minister of the country. So that structure should be robust by diplomatic corps in a crisis time. Because it is not like a one-man upmanship or one-man show that go and does all the foreign policies. Okay, this is what India wanted to get it. And that is not the case. The third, the last, which is not the least, is the leadership. The leadership plays an important role in terms of driving the foreign policies, setting the goals for the country. What exactly the particular country, nation wants, how the nation wants to be positioned itself in the international system. So you have many countries, like you have many regions and we have many countries. For instance, how that particular leadership, taking along all these three determinants, keeping in mind all these determinants of the foreign policy, and how he positions the country among the nations and projects and secures is the interest. And that is a leadership role. And for that, the leader should have a broader vision about how he sees his country for the next 10 years or 20 years down the line. And how you set the goals for the mass, so that the four determinants of the foreign policy would be sort of organized in line to deliver that particular foreign policy goals. So we have kept the first and foremost priority is the economic growth. Unless until you are economically strong, you won't be able to play a meaningful role in international politics, because nobody will listen to you. Today, the countries listen to China, because China is the most powerful country in terms of economic growth, in terms of the wealth it has created, the wealth it has sort of accumulated, and the resources the China is controlling right now across the globe. China controls the water, China controls the ice in Arctic, China controls the rare earth elements, minerals in every part of the Africa. So China is everywhere. China dominates the marine resources. So it doesn't mean that China is a fear factor or something like that, because China was not the China of today 20 years, 25 years back. So how it has become? These four factors, as I said. So similarly, our goal, now coming back to the theme of this conference, before I wind up in 5 minutes, that our goals, what is our foreign policy goal, foreign policy priorities? It is not, again and I'm trying to reiterate, it is not whatever you see in the media, that is rhetoric. You might have seen in every media paper that there are a lot of memes also comes that everything that we blame Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So anything happens, Nehru used to be blamed. Because if you have read in 1947, Pandit Nehru, he was the foreign minister, he was the first prime minister and also the foreign minister for 14-15 years. he held the foreign policy portfolio. And that time, nobody could be able to question Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So there are mistakes that as a leadership, because if you are a foreign minister, and you take the ownership of whatever the wrongdoings. So it is not Nehru was blamed, it was Nehru who held the foreign policy portfolio was blamed for two things. One is the UN Security Council membership, which is very obvious. The second is Tibet, where we squarely blame. The third important thing is nuclear weapons, where India got a chance to have a nuclear weapons in 1960s, but Pandit Nehru had refused that India will not, because the decision is taken by one individual. So if as a democratic setup, it is a very risky things that if you decide for the entire mass without any proper consultation, that obviously bound to fail. And that's what China is happening now. China is fearing about it. Despite all this, which I have mentioned, that how China dominates and China continues. Now coming back to the leadership, now what are our foreign policy priorities now? The one, first and foremost, is how to become a $1 trillion or $5 trillion economy in next 5 years. If India has to play a role or sustain its economic growth, you need to have a sustainable economic growth, because we have 60% of the populations are your generation population, or you can say the Gen Z population, or you may say whatever the generation that, but 60% of the populations are youth populations. So the thinking is about how we can sustain this economic growth for the future generation. That is the first and foremost priority. To sustain that, we need to have a robust energy security to sustain this economic growth. So how to secure these energy resources? Because the energy requirements is growing day by day. Now we used to have electricity now electrical vehicles, electrical car, even your mobile phone charging, everything electricity is required. Without electricity, imagine in what's happening in Iran or even in Europe, the electricity shutdown. Few weeks back, that last week, that Europe was completely facing that 42 degrees Celsius heat. They were not able to bear 42 degrees Celsius. What is the average degree in Trichy? Any idea? In summer, the maximum temperature goes in Trichy? Around 42 degrees Celsius in Trichy, it is normal. Our students play in the playground. They play cricket. And 42 degrees Celsius, our chap goes to the tea stall. They will order, one cup tea, suda podba. 42 degrees Celsius. They are just, burning. They are not able to bear this because they never seen this. They never faced this electricity shortages because the gas was disrupted. Qatar was bombed, so the gas was not going there. They have shut down all the nuclear power plants which generates electricity. They shut down all the thermal electricity power plants which produce electricity using coal. So now they are facing a huge crisis, the power crisis. So that's one of the important areas that India is focusing on. How now with the AI we need more power energy. So how we are going to secure this energy security for the future generation if India wants to sustain this economic growth and become a $5 trillion economy, or maybe $10 trillion economy. Because the US is now the largest economy, despite all these Trump tantrums. It is now almost 33 trillion economy. Next is China. Now we are a fifth or sixth largest economy in the world, which is not sufficient because it's a huge population. The second is the manufacturing, the economic productivity. I remember one famous economic professor. He was asked, he retired from Harvard as a professor of economics, development economics. He was retired and he's lived up. He's a Japanese professor, so he became 100 years old. So the Harvard University economics department invited him over the conference to felicitate him. Then one student asked, "Professor, just give me one buzzword which is very important for the economic development." And that professor gave productivity. That is the only word he said, productivity, one word. See, for productivity means what? What do you mean by productivity, development economics in economic terms? That how we can enhance the productivity of the mass. And that is what we have, the freebies. For instance, this was also quoted in economics when the then late Chief Minister, Dr. Kalaignar was a Chief Minister. He distributed free color TV. When he announced free color TV, the people were wondering, how come this man can give a color TV? Because color TV those days, like your smartphone, iPhones, because most of the houses cannot even afford a TV, and the government is announcing free color TV, color television. So a lot of economists started questioning that, why it is that? And the answer was given to, although the color TV was given, the answer was given because the TV is an entertainment, and that entertainment is required for the working class, because the working class, when finish the work, they will come and relax and ease their mind, then that enhances the productivity. So next day, he won't be he have the fatigue, he will go to the work. Otherwise, now you know what happens, you come back and have 1 quarter and you sleep, because you are very tired. So that is the ease of living. How you, then free buses, why they are giving the free buses? To enhance the productivity. So freebies are linked to the productivity. Ultimately, the aim is to reach for $5 trillion economy. You go to China, I remember when to China, there's the factory, the working class, the laborers and all, they are all in the one, everything is taken care of by the company. Everything is taken for the state. From your education to even your retirement, post-retirement life, they have built a villages. There is built a villages for the elderly people. The state is taking care of them. And whatever the money, the profit comes from the local industries, that is shared in cash. And the cash is deposited to the account of these elderly people. Even the newborn baby, when the baby is registered, whatever the amount is come from that particular industries, because ease of living is very important. So to reach that particular $1 trillion economy, that we need to focus on that. The fourth aspect of India's foreign policy is that how to overcome the challenges which are coming from the external players, the direct threat to the national security. So national security is a topmost priority for any country or any country's foreign policy, which is focused on the economic development of this particular country, because any country can be destabilized. Iran is the one example. Until February, Iran was selling the largest volume of oil to China and India and earning money despite the economic sanctions. But the moment Israel and US bombed, the country completely collapsed. Now we don't know what is happening in in Iran. Similarly, how the Sri Lanka was completely devastated by the conflict. So economy is very, very linked to the economic growth of the country, is linked to the national security of the country. So the final point is that the problems and the challenges can be tackled through these 4 determinants, and for that, one of the major determinant is that the country's system. That system has to be democracy. If the country's system is a democratic way, functioning in a democratic way, the risks are shared, or it gives you more broader consultation, where more ideas can come, more ideas can challenge, or that can revise or reform the system. If that is not happening, that system will itself decay, and that will result in collapse of the state. And Iran is the best case example. In such a volatile global environment, leading a country, running a country, it is not a single man's or one group of peoples cannot do this. It is a collective effect of every country. And that is the very purpose of the idea behind this ICWA's. I must congratulate the organizers also to bring this, the galaxy of speakers last 2 days, to sensitize in their own, whatever the expertise they may have shared, and give some insights about how foreign policy have conducted. Once again, and thank you so much for inviting me to deliver this special address. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks and for your presence throughout the conference. We would now like to invite a few participants to share their feedback about these 2 days sessions. Your thoughts and suggestions are valuable to us. I request some participants to share their feedback about these 2 days sessions.
evening to all. First of all, Jaram sir ku thank pannom. Wonderful organizing program, sir. நல்ல ப்ரோக்ராம் எங்களை கூப்பிட்டுருந்தீங்க. 2 days we are enjoying very well. நிறைய கெஸ்ட் ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் வந்தாங்க. எல்லாமே ரொம்ப லாட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணாங்க. பட் ப்ரோக்ராம் முடிஞ்சது எங்களுக்கே கொஞ்சம் மத்தமாக இருக்குது. பட் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வந்தால் இன்னும் நல்லா இருக்கும் போல இருக்குது. தேங்க்யூ சார்.
Good evening, sir. First, I thank of all Jerome sir and Aruldas sir. And this is my second PG. I am studying UG here also. From that day onwards, today, whatever conference Jerome sir organized, that conference also in Salatiram, and that time also I present. Till now I present, and especially I was trying to bring speakers from all over India directly. Because speakers like Tirumurti sir, we are also seeing Tirumurti sir in Hindu newspaper only. First time I see in my life, and also I put as a status in my WhatsApp. Many of the students, hey, which college? They say, no, it is in our college. Like this I say. So thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. And I thank the Department of Commerce for organizing this 2-day national conference on the topic foreign trade, foreign policies. It was very helpful and become as a economics students, PG graduate, it was very helpful to learn the trade and regarding these 2 days. Sir. Thank you for organizing this here.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunities. It is useful for us to other college even.
Good evening, everyone. This 2 days national level conference was very informative. Actually, I got an opportunity to update myself. So where we completed UG, PG, the concepts what we studied, everything was recalled after so many years. And at the same time, how these concepts we have to apply in our day-to-day life, how it is connected to our real life. And especially now, nicely they have compared with the practical situation of our country. As the future generations, what are all the responsibilities that we have to take further to protect our nation and also to maintain the good relationship with other countries. As a commerce students, what is the necessary that we are in need to maintain a good relationship with a cordial relationship with the foreign countries. So thank you for this kind opportunities, and at the same time I appreciate the organizing committee for systematic arranging. That everything was systematically arranged and guidance was provided. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you everyone for your valuable feedbacks. We now arrive at a very special moment of today's program, the certificate distribution ceremony.
Thank you. After listening to the feedback, there is the Ministry of External Affairs, they have a program, a special program, Distinguished Ambassador Lecture Series. Those successful ambassadors who are retired now, they can be invited. So I will, once I go back, I will recommend the St. Joseph College, particularly Dr. Jerome, to again apply for the Distinguished Ambassador Lecture Series, and they will take care of all the expenses. And again, this will be very interesting. You can identify the ambassadors who handle the trade deals. So that will be very easy because they are the first-hand experience how trade deals are done, negotiated. So once I go back, please remind me. I'll definitely recommend St. Joseph College for that Distinguished Ambassador Lecture Series grant. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for this kind gesture. We now arrive at the special moment of today's program, the certificate distribution ceremony. I request one representative from each college to get the certificates. I repeat, I request one representative from each college to get the certificates. May I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly distribute the certificates to participants in recognition of their enthusiastic participation and valuable contribution. Firstly, I invite CARE College to get their certificates. Give a big round of applause, please. Followed by Jamal Mohammed College. We request one representative and 2 students to accompany to get certificates. Give a big round of applause, please. Next on the dais, I invite National College. A big round of applause, please. Next, I kindly invite SRC College to get their certificates. Next, I invite Bonzakers College to get their certificates. Next, I invite St. Joseph's College to get their certificates. Give a big round of applause, please. Now I request Holy Cross College to get their certificates. give a big round of applause? Thank you, dignitaries. Kindly be seated. Any grievance with the certificate, please approach the registration desk after the program. I repeat, any grievance with the certificate, please approach the registration desk after the program. Gratitude is the fairest expression of appreciation. As we come to the close of this conference, may I invite Dr. V. Baston Jerome, convener of ICWA National Conference, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, to propose the oath of thanks.
My dear students, please keep silence. Please be seated. Respected Reverend Father Principal, Reverend Father Vice Principal, students, please keep quiet. Students, respected Reverend Father Principal, Reverend Father Vice Principal, Dr. G. John, the head of the department, Dr. Jagannathan from JNU, New Delhi, Dr. S. Aruldas, Organizing Secretary, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear participants. I stand before you with immense gratitude to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the PG and Research Department of Commerce, St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli. First and foremost, my sincere thanks to our Reverend Father Principal for his constant encouragement, academic vision, and for inaugurating this two-day national conference. Your presence and blessings have truly elevated this event. Thank you, Father. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Reverend Father Vice Principal, Dr. S. Arulvalli, SJ. You are a man of action, dedicated to administration, and a true source of motivation. Thank you, Father, for your continuous support and encouragement. Thank you, Father. My sincere thanks to our beloved head of the department, Dr. G. John, for his support, valuable suggestions, and leadership in making this conference a grand success. Thank you, sir. I would like to place on record my deep appreciation to Dr. S. Aruldas, Organizing Secretary. Sir, we are fondly called the twin brothers of our department. Thank you for your meticulous planning, dedicated coordination, and tireless efforts behind the scenes. This conference would not have been possible without your commitment. Thank you, sir. My special thanks to Dr. Jagannathan, JNU, New Delhi, for gracing this occasion with his presence. Sir, I am personally grateful to you for your support in connecting me with UN Ambassador Mr. Tiruchirappalli, IFS. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to the Department of Visual Communications for their excellent support in photography, live telecast, and documentation, and to the ICT Center for facilitating the technical arrangements throughout the conference. Thank you, my dear students. Thank you, directors. I also thank Mr. Velangani Anna, the electrician, for ensuring uninterrupted power supply and smooth technical functioning during this conference. Thank you, Anna. I thank ICWA New Delhi for sponsoring this conference and all our resource persons, paper presentations, delegates, and student volunteers for their active participation. Thank you, ICWA. Finally, I thank all my staff members of Department of Commerce for your presence here and your cooperation. Thank you, my dear professors. I am also proud to share that so far we have received 14 funded programs crossing 29 lakhs. Our next sponsored program is in the month of November. I look forward to seeing all. Thank you once again and have a wonderful day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request Dr. S. Arudas, the organizing secretary, to honor our students volunteer with a small gift. I call upon student Miss Bastina. Bastina is here? Bastina? No. Janani? Okay. Just call them. Trifina Princi, Rafaelin, Kadir, Sivaranjani, Christopher, Mridula, Nelson. Okay, yeah, welcome. All of you come forward. Just now I thanked each and everyone. So I sincerely thank our student volunteers for the wonderful cooperation extended to organize this national conference. Once again, I read out the names. Thank you, my dear students. Miss Bastina, Janani, Trifina Princi, Rafaelin, Kadir, Sivaranjani, Christopher, Mridula, and Nelson. Thank you very much. Christopher? Christopher இங்க இருக்கே. Samanth. Where is Christopher? Christopher is here? Okay. My dear participants, let us give a round of applause to them. They are the backbone of this successful conduct of this national conference. Thank you, my dear students. Thank you. And now I request Velangani Anna to come forward. I request Dr. S. Arudas to honor him with a gift. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Now I request Dr. Dennis to be on the stage and Dr. Vinod Kumar to be on the stage. Thank you, my dear professors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत
On behalf of the organizing committee, we sincerely thank each one of you for your gracious presence and active participation.
நானே டிஷர்ட் போட்டது
வண்டி சாவி
Thank you, sir.